Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 3 of How Gamers Think, which is a silly thing that I call this, but it's cool because
Gamers.
I like studying how gamers think. The last 2 episodes were from a buddy of mine and a cheating bot hoster in a shooter game. Very fun. This will not be quite the same as that because we have here today a super famous YouTube star by the name of Fastminer07. How are you doing, Mr. Fastminer, sir?
If you class me as super famous, what would happen if you talked to like Ray or like one of them?
Like Ultra Nightmare God tier type deal. You know?
Like, huh?
But yeah, how are you doing today?
I'm generally good. Been a bit busy both with holiday stuff and then with family stuff immediately after that was unrelated to the holiday stuff. But generally good. Like at least if I'm talking like in the last few weeks kind of time.
Cool. Well, good to hear that you've been doing well. So for those of people who don't know who this man is, this man makes racing game content on YouTube, and he's a very cool fellow. He's got a great format of making videos. He has excellent choreography with pretty much everything he does. Definitely a testament to the video essayist art that has kind of become a bit estranged, as it were. Would you say that video essays have become a bit estranged from their like old format, I suppose?
Well, it depends on what you class as like the originators of video essays, because like, well, video essays at this point are kind of a nebulous term, and even other video essayists I've talked to say it's almost more on vibes whether or not something actually is a video essay or not. It's just kind of, does it feel like a video essay? And even then, there's a lot of variety within that space. Like, even creators that I watch, there's a lot of variety in terms of topics, approach, how they discuss ideas.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things that irritates me the most is just how nebulous it's actually become as a term, because I liked it when... I didn't grow up too much on YouTube, but I liked knowing that things were defined a certain way and maintained a certain form. And with it varying so much in levels of vibes, it's difficult to define it.
Right.
Outside of someone talking about something, which
Right.
really could classify half of like all the podcasts in the world as video essays of sorts. But like,
Yeah, I think it almost lies in like a certain... I wouldn't even call it a spectrum. It's almost like what's the three-pointed graph where like if you move the percentages up and down the triangle, you get different percents of something. You know what I'm talking about?
I know
the 3-point.
Yeah, I know the type of graph you're talking about. I
Yeah,
forget the
it's
term
kind
for
of
it.
it's sort of like that when I think you have stuff like where you might have say like commentary videos, video essays, podcasts that like technically usually focus on similar ideas but have very different approaches to how they discuss those topics. I actually saw a really good video not that long ago from another video essayist. I say if you were going to look into the basics of how video essays work, you should probably check out this video, which is How I Became a Video Essayist by FD Signifier. Because he is in a lot of circles that are slightly more like commentary and contemporary topic focused, but his content, it varies between different stuff, but he does some stuff that's more music focused, some stuff that's more current culture focused, some stuff that's more political. He generally classes himself to be more of like a political kind of conversator. But he talks in that video about it's still even like, even though I think it's like 2 years old, there's a lot of blurred lines between where those spaces are, because some people actually engage in multiple of those. Like, 2 of my favorite current video essayists are Emperor Lemon or Emplemon and Pyrocynical. The Pyro Live channel is the current commentary style pioneered by people like Moist Critical / Penguin Zero, and Emperor Lemon has a second channel called Emperor Lime, which is a very similar style of just more of rants and that kind of thing. And rants have also kind of always been adjacent to video essays, but in a more unfocused and unedited way, and kind of an in-between between like video essays and podcasts.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ranch thing is pretty interesting too, because I always kind of taken very much value in rants.
Right.
Like you were saying, actually, the channel that I was thinking of from Employment is Downward Diary, because I watched that one a fair bit.
Oh no, that was the one. That's the one that I was actually thinking of. Emperor Lime was his old second channel that he put like his last couple YTPs on. Downward Diary is actually the one I was thinking of.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Downward Diary one is cool because I like listening to people just talking straight and stuff like that. I was never really a fan of the moist critical format that Pyrocynical obviously continues to popularize. I never liked that style as much because it's very it took like an image of a person talking, right? Like a video of a person talking, and making it look as pretty and visually stimulating as possible, like with all the things in their room, when all I really wanted was to just listen to someone talk. Because like I'm a bit weird in that regard because I do a lot of things just around places, so I like just listening to things, and it's a lot easier knowing that it's made to be listened to.
Yeah, that is something else. Well, that's also something about video essays in particular that are unique, is that in a lot of cases they fit that same mold, especially the longer types, as a podcast, which is just something you can stick on in the background for 20, 30 minutes, 2 hours, 5 hours, and just leave there, not even be paying attention to it.
Mm-hmm. And that actually helps out a lot in most cases, I'm sure. But then it's like, it's funny that we're talking about all this because on the one hand, we're talking about like video essays that can be more listened to and stuff, but your videos are both things that can be listened to mostly on their own, but then also are very visually stimulating as well and very entertaining to watch too. Like your videos are one of the weird like middle ground where I could listen to it just by itself if I wanted to, but the way you format things makes me actually want to sit down and watch too, which is not something I encounter very often anymore. So props to you for that.
To me, there's certain people who focus more on like the visuals and what is immediately happening on screen, and some that are more very much storytelling or like drawing out a lot of ideas to build to a singular point based, and there's people like me who try and fit some sort of a middle ground, and I think it all depends on what kind of content you're looking to make. Like I'd say someone who does like that very long drawn out kind of approach would be someone like an FD Signifier, who, like, my favorite video from him was a video called I'm What the Culture Feeling, which was a review, more a, like, looking back on, I don't know if you're familiar, but the recent beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake, the recent rap beef.
Oh yeah, I'm vaguely aware of that from just a cultural standpoint. I see stuff on X and that's about it.
That was seen as like a big cultural event, and as someone who's, in some cases, an old head who's informed in those spaces, he made a 4-hour video essay breaking down the last 11 years of that beef. And also as someone who is writing that culture, he knows all of the facets and all the ins and outs of that kind of thing. But it's not filled with like the flashiest editing or sound effects or anything. So I'd say that works really good as something to put on the background. On the opposite end, I don't even know if I would consider him a video essayist, but in a lot of ways, he shares in the current video essayist style, and I'd say that is Keiichi. Particularly more like the gaming video essay style, where his stuff is a lot of quick cuts and jokes and discussing a thing for 1 to 2 minutes and then doing a cutaway or doing a joke or going to build onto something else. But I'd say the closest thing to a video essay that he has was his video breaking down how his process is. And I've noticed other creators have similar things when it comes to videos of how they do their process. Like I saw similar things from Martin Cedo Pants, who's also similarly inspired by video essayists. There's also another style that is video essay adjacent, but I don't know if it actually is, which is what I call the internet historian style. Which is people like him, Big Boss, to a lesser extent Martin Cedo Pants, and a few others, where like it's again kind of on that sort of wavelength. And there are other creators who, this is also where it gets blurry. In the gaming space, there's different stuff that could also be called video essayist or video essays if you stretch the definition some. Like, Muye made a video on the sense of speed in racing games. To an extent, that could be seen as a form of video essay, or just a general discussion and analysis of where he thinks that particular facet of racing games is. Then again, I made a video that I personally class as a video essay called The Decline of Racing Games, and he commented under that saying that he would have made that kind of video, but that I already talked about all the points he would have brought up. So he might not consider himself a video essayist, but you could argue that he has or has wanted to make video essay style videos. But it all kind of depends, because also a lot of the current gaming video essayists are informed by the old school game reviewers. Take AVGN, Angry Joe. Going into the early 2000s, you have especially Extra Credits, I think, was a big pull-up for some people. You have... Who's the white hat looking not cell shaded, but like... What's the guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. It's the guy who looks similar to the PC Master Race guy, if you know that image from like the early 2010s.
Vaguely.
Yeah. I can't think of it right now. It's like something punctuation, but that crew, Ego Raptor, and the Sequelitis series, those are all examples of like those kind of more analytical game reviews, which in some form influence the current era of gaming video essayists. Take me, Racevic, White Light, Ultraviolet, that general kind of space.
It's interesting that you distinguish between like a video essay in the sense of like documentary style versus or like not a documentary style, like an analysis of culture and discussion, as opposed to an analysis of a certain thing and its, say, statistics and how it functions more as an object rather than as an experience. Because I think what I found most interesting, and I actually talked to my dad about this a lot, because he found this observation when he introduced me to Summoning Salt. And what he found most entertaining about Summoning Salt was that he was a very good storyteller. And those are the types of videos that resonate the most with me, are the ones where the best stories are told. And I find that stories are less entertaining when... Hilariously, I find the stuff that actually does happen in real life a lot less entertaining. And then when you hear about stuff that happens like on the side, you know, just like speedrunning history and stuff, right? It's a historical documentation of things that happened within a certain subset of a subset of a subset that only these kind of people would be interested in. But he tells the story so well, and that kind of thing is very different from most of the things I would hazard a guess to say is what you've made, where it's very much an analysis of the experience, like how a game feels to play, how it works, what its popularity was like. It's kind of, you have kind of a mix of the history of the game with its context and where it came from, plus an analysis of the experience itself. You kind of got a little of everything in there, and that's pretty cool.
Right. I will also add a good example of someone who takes that more like cultural or storytelling approach to a game review. A really good example I find of that is H-Bomber Guy, because his game reviews, he normally makes stuff that I'd say is more like historical, cultural, every now and then political focused, but he has made a handful of game reviews. He's made one on Fallout New Vegas, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and Pathologic, and those are structured in a way that the entire video is focused around building towards a general narrative about the thing he's telling you about, with all the positives and negatives, and with all of the discussion, but there's still jokes, entertaining cuts, cutaways to things, still extra bits to keep the whole thing moving. But it still has that like broad storytelling aspect in a regular game review. Well, it's not regular, they're 2-3 hours long, but it kind of has to be when you're adding in those kinds of storytelling elements like you would in those larger video essays.
Yeah, definitely. Well, guess I should ask this before we keep going then. Tell me, how did you start YouTube? What inspired your content? And for just as a personal question, what is that avatar?
Okay, I'll answer the last bit first because I'll forget later. The avatar, I have a few different ways of answering this, but the main one is what it originally was. Is my avatar was a, let me look up the exact model so I can get this right.
Going in deep here.
Okay, what it is originally supposed to be is are you familiar with American racing rims, like the ones you might see in the Need for Speed games, like those drag style rims?
Yes.
One of the earliest versions of my logo looked like this. Let me send it to you. This was the last revision of my old logo. What it originally started out was, it was an American Racing Baja wheel painted red with a diamond pickaxe on the front, because my two favorite games at that time was Forza Horizon 1 and Minecraft. Still kind of are. Then what I did was, if you look at the image I sent in, I added in yellow sunglasses and a chain from a little spot I had in 2016, where this was in the era of like drama videos and diss tracks and everything on YouTube. Just like stupid stuff that was big in like 2016, 2017. And so me and my friend got into a beef that we literally, this tells you how long I've been focused in on YouTube. I created a fake beef with a middle school friend of mine at age 12 to get views.
That is terrific. That sounds like something that I would have done at age 12 too.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we did that, and I made, like, the stupidest edit you've ever seen. It was, like, it's supposed to be, like, a diss edit where I dubbed over him using bars from It's Everyday Bro by Jake Paul, and that was peak. And then in, I think it was Christmas of 2016, I added that little Santa hat on top of it, and I never changed it, so I had a Santa hat on my character for the next 5 years straight. Then in 2022, after my first video blew up, I was like, okay, if I want to actually do this, I have to like try and make like a proper looking persona and background. I want to have a different look, because like if I'm going to commit to something, I want to try and like commit to it properly. So I took the general design that I'd come up with here and was like, I want it to be just like a little dude. So it still has the general elements of like the wheel face, even though it doesn't resemble a wheel anymore. It has more of just like the face structure, but I kept the pickaxe to be more of like the nose and the golden glasses, and then I just put him in a suit.
That is really cool. So you changed your logo to the one you have now after Art of Togue or Decline of Racing Games?
Yes, after Art of Togue, because I introduced it with my 100 subscriber special, which, to be fair, I made when I was already at 400. Because the thing is, it happened so fast, I was like, oh, I'll make a 100 sub special, and by the time it had come out, I was already at like 400 or 500. But that's whenever I changed my logo over, was the day that I uploaded my 100 subscriber special from back then. And that's the logo I changed to. So I wanted to keep like some of the general design elements, even though I created that original logo, the first version of that, when I was literally 10.
That's pretty good for a 10-year-old, I'm not gonna lie, because I could tell that you probably made it in like Microsoft Paint or something, but it's still really cool.
No, it was a drawing app that was on my tablet that I had, an Acer, I think it was an Acer Iconia 1 or an Acer Iconia 7. Like an old 2012 or 2011 spec Acer tablet that was like 480p.
That's beautiful.
But I did the original design was just the wheel, the pickaxe, the wheel painted red and the pickaxe, and then I added the gold sunglasses and chain, I think in like 2016, and then the hat in December. So the rest of it I added on when I was about 11 or 12.
Nice. It's good to know that the sunglasses stuck around, though.
Yeah, because I was like, that's an element that I think I can incorporate into like a proper looking design. I probably will like do a better redesign of my logo later once I figure out how to do like my drawing tablet and everything, and know what kind of program. Because to be fair, the current logo, that was done in Paint 3D. So,
Oh, wow.
not even like a proper drawing software or anything like that. But I knew like the basics of drawing proportion and shading. Like, I've been fairly talented in art class. It's just I'm a very pencil and paper kind of person. So doing digital art is still very new to me.
Yeah. No, I hear you there.
Yeah, but on the first part of your question, I kind of have two answers for that, because we have the very first videos that I started uploading onto YouTube, and then the very first videos that like I had really put time and effort and energy into for YouTube. Actually, to make sure I'm not missing anything, what was the question again?
The question was just how you started on YouTube, what made you want to do it, what was there even a desire at the start, and like how was the start of it all, basically?
Okay, going to like the first time I started YouTube, I had been watching YouTube since about age 4 or so. Maybe even yeah, 3 or 4. Because I went over to my granddad's house, because both of my granddads were computer technicians, so they both had like a Windows XP laptop, or no, Windows XP desktop in the house that I would play like Flash games and stuff on. And I remember, I don't know if the earliest, I have a couple of the earliest videos that I remember on YouTube in my mind, but the earliest videos that I can like really remember watching on YouTube, like remember vividly, was there was my favorite game when I was like 5 was Angry Birds, because it was one of the few, you know, like on Chrome, where when you visit a website enough, it'll like pull up the pop-ups whenever you first open a Chrome tab, and it'll show what like you've recently opened up.
Yeah.
Angry Birds was a game that my granddad had played a little bit of, and so that was one of these saved like highlight tabs. So I just open it up, and then every time I'd hop on the computer, I'd open up Angry Birds. And I remember I was like, oh, I want to see if I can find anything more about that. So I looked it up on Google. Like I looked up Angry Birds stuff, and I was watching videos of it. I saw the Angry Birds rap. I saw a horrifying 3D animation of it that I can probably still find somewhere. It looks like nightmare fuel now, but like that's what indie 3D animation looked like in 2009.
I might actually know what you're talking about, because I, too, grew up with Angry Birds. Not the same way, but I grew up with Angry Birds. It was the first game I ever played, so I probably know what you're talking about, because I was obsessed as a kid.
Yeah, mine was the early Need for Speeds that I had on the PS2 at age 2. Those were the first games that I had, but that was like my first computer game was Angry Birds. And I imagine you might even remember like the Angry Birds rap from that era.
I believe so, yeah. I was more into the tunes. I was more into the tunes that they would upload to their website all the time, but I didn't
even know they had a website.
Really?
I didn't even.
Gosh. Yeah, Dad would check it for us like every week or something, see a new cartoon, and then much later on in life, we got the DVDs for all of them. It was so much fun.
To be fair, despite having access to the internet in that era, I had surprisingly little access to like the main forums and websites and that kind of stuff. Like I had internet access by like 2008 or 9, but I wasn't on like Newgrounds or anything like that. I think I might have been on once or twice to play like a stick figure game or something like that, because that was a big thing then, was all the stick figure fights. And Stick Page, I know Stick Page, especially when I was like 5 and 6. That was a big thing for me, was Stick Page. Mm-hmm. But on that Angry Bird stuff, I remember I was watching through it, and then I saw someone creating an Angry Bird in this new game I had never heard of. And it was, if I remember correctly, the video, this was maybe a few years later, actually, because it was either from 2010 or, well, let me just look it up, because I'll be able to find it. I found it not even that long ago. It was from, let me see this. Is it this video? That's the right time, because it's August 2011, but I don't think that's it. No, it was this one. Okay. Right, okay. This is a couple years later. The earliest video that I have a distinct memory of was from October 2012, where I saw someone recreating the Redbird from Angry Birds in this game I hadn't heard of at that point called Minecraft.
Oh.
Now, if you know about like that 2012, 2013 kind of era, that was when Minecraft hit its first big peak in popularity, was that kind of time.
Oh, yeah.
And so I remember distinctly, I watched that video about, like that was someone building like a big sculpture of the Redbird. And then the next thing I saw was a map run from iBallistic Squid of a like an airplane crash jump map thing, and then I saw I think it was the Stampy's Lovely World, who was a friend of his, like his gameplay thing, and that whole thing got me into all the Minecraft creators. Like I was into that whole thing. I don't know how familiar you are with that, but I was in that whole thing whenever I was younger. I was into what the Yogscast was doing, Sky Does Minecraft, Team Crafted, all those kind of things. Now, I didn't know everyone because there was so many because of how big it was, but I was into that whole kind of space. But there were also other creators I was watching at the time, like I like the Gmod stuff from the Vanoss crew and Venturian Tale and them. So there was different creators I was watching, but that got me properly into like gaming content on YouTube. That was like the earliest introduction I had to it. And I was also into other things, like I was into Death Battle whenever that was a big thing. I was into some of the old YTP edits, the YouTube poop edits of the time. I was into, this is 2013, 2014, that's when MLG montage parodies were becoming a big thing. Then in 2015, I started seeing a couple YouTube poops from what would become one of my favorite creators, which was Emperor Lemon.
Ooh.
That was, I think one of the first ones I saw from him was the Cars YouTube poop, followed immediately by the Uncredibles, which were like two of his biggest from that time. I didn't realize it at the time because I just like watched through and move on, but thinking back, like later on, I realized that was the earliest I had seen one of his videos. And then, yeah, and there's a couple other ones I remember for that time. Like I watched, I think, a couple AVGN videos for the first time around that time. That was the very earliest I had started thinking about like what videos looked like and what it meant to make a video like that. And that was also around whenever I recorded my first videos. The first videos I ever recorded was a couple Minecraft videos that was me putting my tablet up on a few Legos or bookcases or books as like a little stand and getting them to face the TV while I recorded. That's basically what I did for the next 6.5 years, was just setting up my tablet and then later my phone to record the TV and just have me playing and commentating over a video. And they were, as you can imagine, not good. But the earliest video that is still publicly available on any channel of mine is my Need for Speed Pro Street video. Yes. Which is what I put as like the channel start. That wasn't going to be the first one, but the problem was when I first made my channel, you had to verify your account before you could upload a video longer than 15 minutes. And because I didn't know how that worked, I couldn't upload the original video that I had done first. So it took like, I had to do a second recording where I played through it for just 15 minutes and then put it up. And eventually I got that sorted out. I remember the biggest series I did an entire playthrough of Tokyo Extreme Racer Drift 2. That was my first gameplay series. And I try to do different things. I did one that was continuing on the Need for Speed Pro Street playthrough. I did one where I was trying to do a Sans Undertale impression while playing Need for Speed Carbon. There was another one where I did a cat reveal where I got a new cat at the time and I put him in a shoebox. It was like a kitten. And I put him in a shoebox, and then I, like, opened the shoebox, and it was like, hey, I got a cat, and that was the entire video. It wasn't like suffocating them or anything. It was just like I was like 11, and it was like for the size of the cat, it was like a big shoebox.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, and then I did that, and that was what I was doing from like 2015 to 2016, and then 2016, 2017 was like that funny drama videos like I had mentioned a second ago. And then I didn't really do as much from like 2018, 2019 kind of time. I was mainly focused on like school stuff then. Then in 2019 through 2020, I did like my first properly edited videos because they were school projects. Like they were things where there was a couple things in school where they were like, oh, you can write a 500-word essay on this, or you can write a script and make a documentary on it. And they were expecting like someone to like be standing around and them just like reading off of something like that, but I was like, no, I actually want to do it properly. So I like found a bunch of resources for it. I found source images, I put music to it, and I tried to make like my first edited video, which was in the style of like other video essay, not video essays, but like other video reviewers I had seen at that time doing things. Because by that time I had started watching the more heavily edited content from people like Pyrocynical and Emplemon and Internet Historian. John Tron was another one, who had like more edited game focused content, or like gamer adjacent content. Like it wasn't on games, but people who were into gaming content were likely to see it somewhere. And that was the kind of style that I was trying to emulate with some of it. As well as, I think Noodle was also, I think I saw around that time, because I saw his Eurobeat video, like a few months after it came out. And that was the video that I made that was History of a Medieval Noble. That was the first, like, edited video I had done. Actually, no, the second. Well, no, I had done a couple here and there before, but that's the first one that's, like, still available, really. And I was like, I noticed that when I showed that to my classmates, they all really liked it. And I was like, I think I might be able to do something here. And then, in April of 2020, in March of 2020, I was given an assignment that I had a month to do. And it was to make a documentary, or no, it was to either write or make a documentary on an author from my state, that lived in my state. And so I asked my English teacher, I was like, what counts as an author by your criteria? And they were like, oh, they had to have written at least 2 books. That was their criteria, and lived in the state. And I was like, cool. I'm really into music stuff, and I learned that James Brown had written 2 books about himself. He had made 2 autobiographies. So I'm like, I'm just going to make a documentary about James Brown. And so I made a documentary about James Brown. And that was the second, like, properly edited video. And even there, you can see, like, the basics of some of my editing coming up there, because that was both of those videos were done on Windows Movie Maker.
The best editing software.
Yeah, it is. And then, if you might notice in that timeline, that was March of 2022, or 2020.
Yeah.
Then in April of 2020, the schools closed down.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really able to make much then, because I didn't... That James Brown video was recorded using the podcast mic of my principal that year.
Wow.
That's what that was recorded with. Yeah, because she ran like a teacher-focused podcast, talking about like school curriculums and dealing with students and that kind of thing. And she let me use her podcast setup to record that video. And of course, like, I didn't know how to set up any of that stuff properly or do the audio editing or any of that. But then I went into my first couple years of high school, and I didn't really have anything. Then I got my first... Then I was like, throughout 2021, I was like, I'm itching to get back more into that. I want to do more of that, because I've gotten good reception while I was working on it, and I have so many... Because there are so many years where, like, I've done research into how the algorithm works, how Content ID works, how people respond to different things, just so I know like what it takes to really hone in and be a creator and like all the facets of that. Because I do like a lot of creative things. Like I try to be a creative person, and I really like making what I make. I won't make something if I'm not gonna like it. But also, I know a lot of people who make a big thing and want to do more of it, but don't know why or how they did what they did. They're not able to recreate it or capture it or market themselves properly, and then they just kind of fizzle out because they didn't know what they were doing. And my thought process was, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna go all in on it, that kind of thing. So I researched for years on, like, how, like, I could approach my style of content, what were the best ways to do it, and a lot of what I've found is, you can make almost whatever you want in a lot of cases. It's mainly just down to how you market it with stuff like titles, thumbnails, descriptions, all that kind of stuff. That's what people see when you go to upload a video. So then throughout 2022, I got my first job, and literally all of the money, because I didn't have any bills at that point, all of the money was going to me saving up for my first computer. Because I had never owned my own computer. All the stuff that I had done before then was edited on my mom's laptop that had like a 2-core Pentium. And this is in like 2018 through 2022 when that was. But then, like, I saved up about $1,300, and I got me, like, a 5700X, 6700 XT, 32 gigs of RAM, which I knew was overkill, but I did it anyway, and now actually makes perfect sense, and, like, a 1TB boot drive, and I stuck all that together, and then I spent the next 2 weeks trying to figure out how to record, and I still didn't do it properly. I had to learn how to do emulation, editing, audio mixing, all that kind of stuff to work on my videos. And then that's whenever I started working on my, what I call my first proper video, which was the Art of Togue. That video, weirdly enough, the video itself didn't take that long to make. The long part was the fact that I spent 3 months basically learning how to produce a cover of Igor's theme by Tyler the Creator, which is the intro to that video. I'm realizing now that wasn't a great move to put it right at the intro, because if you notice in a lot of my later videos, I'll have like a 1 to 3 minute long hook where I'm talking, and then there'll be like a music cut in where like there'll be some cinematics and stuff. I didn't do that with that first video. I just cut straight to music. I just cut straight in with it, which I'm looking at that retention graph. Ooh, that's a rough one right there, but it got a good response, because I think I mentioned this to you yesterday, like that video, because I was averaging maybe 10 to 30 views per video before then, that video originally didn't do anything. Like, I published it and I was like, oh, this might get 100 views. Yeah. I'll be shocked if this does. And then I was like, all right, I'll leave it up. And it did. It got about 20 views over the first 2 days. And I was like, I'm happy with that. It might get a few more later on over the next coming months or whatever. But then I was at work on Christmas Eve, and it was, I just checked my phone, and I think I got a comment, and it was like, oh, it's up to 40 views already. Nice. And then I checked like an hour later, it's at 60 views. That's a lot of views in one day. And then I checked like an hour after that, and it was like, that's 90 views. That's a lot of views. And I was talking to my friends, like, my video is actually really getting a lot of views. And they're like, oh, that's neat. Because I had told like some of my coworkers and things that I was chill with about the kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, yeah, it's my first video to be at 100 views this fast. And because it was a 4-hour Christmas Eve shift at a restaurant, it was really slow. So we were just kind of standing around and cleaning a little. Yeah. Then, by the time I had left, I was at 150 views. When I got home, I think it was somewhere between 250 and 300. When I went to bed, it was at like 350. When I woke up the next day, it was over 500, and 2 weeks later, it had crossed to 20,000 views.
Wow. That is amazing.
Yeah. That's why I say there's kind of two starts to the channel. There's the first video I uploaded, and the first video that anyone saw.
Yeah. I feel like that's how most people start out, where you get your real start, and then there's like the popular start, one could say.
Right.
And I mean that's how I started out, but I never really had the kind of explosion to that degree. I just kind of, I don't know, just kind of happened. Just kind of like just views just kind of gradually build up, but it never really got anywhere.
Right.
I guess like then that you're that spotting a hacker on Forza Horizon 4 is like your first OBS recording, is it, or one of the first? Like when you got your PC
No,
together?
what that is not a PC recording.
Oh,
That was I don't know if you've played on an Xbox One, but they have a thing called clip capture, like video capture, where you can record the last, I think it's, if you do it in 1080p, I think you can record up to the last 2 minutes, and if you do it in lower resolutions, you record up to the last 5 minutes. What that was I hit the button that was basically record the last 2 minutes of whatever just happened after that hacker was on screen, and I clipped like 2 or 3 things. Then, because the Xbox and the Microsoft the Microsoft OneDrive are connected, I dragged those files onto my mom's computer, stuck those in Windows Movie Maker, and then clipped the audio underneath it.
oh, that's pretty clever, actually.
Yeah, I had like all kinds of stupid workarounds for all the jank stuff that I had.
I mean, that's pretty reasonable considering the limitations and stuff, right? My
Yeah,
experience
like
with Windows Movie Maker was just trying to make Lego stop motion films when I was like 6 or 7, and that was really rough because the jank of that program it was not forgiving. I think that's probably what caused me to quit making those altogether, in all honesty, because that was one of the harder things I think I've ever done in regards to editing.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's not even just editing that I had that kind of jank with. I remember one time, they had this thing in Forza Horizon 3 where you could play your own music off the game, which I know, especially in the 2000s, was kind of a common thing with like the 360 audio player. But they had a thing where you could pull your own audio files from the Xbox One to play in-game, and I think you could also hook up like Spotify or something to it. I didn't have Spotify at the time, so what I did was I took the files from my mom's computer that I had downloaded and just dragged them over onto that OneDrive thing that was connected to the Xbox, and they played through the game.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice
yeah.
Backdoor methods.
Right, like all of my stuff was that kind of backdoor jank.
That's pretty cool. So then of course you would upgrade to your own PC, and things, I assume, would become much easier from that point on.
Right. Especially after I actually learned what programs did what and what I had to find. Like, the first thing I did was I looked up how to get Windows Movie Maker because it wasn't on my PC whenever I, like, downloaded Windows 10 onto it. I was like,
oh yeah.
Wait, where's Windows Movie Maker? I don't see it. I didn't see it anywhere. And then I was just like, best free editing software, and the first thing that came up was DaVinci Resolve, and then I looked up tutorials and I was like, that looks about right. Because I had heard people talk about like Premiere and Sony Vegas and different stuff like that, but I'm like, those you have to pay for, so I'm just gonna not.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about piracy at the time. I had just built my first computer, so I just got the free version of DaVinci Resolve.
He was too innocent to download the crack code. He had no idea.
Oh, I did eventually. Yeah, I did eventually. But, like, at that time, I didn't know anything. Like, I barely knew how to... Because here, when I was younger, I put viruses on everything. I didn't know how to get on anything. Like, I definitely broke my granddad's XP computer at least, like, 4 times. Which was good. He was a computer technician because there was all kind of stuff on those computers that I definitely put on there. I had too many bad experiences. I didn't trust myself with it yet.
I actually have a Windows XP computer sitting next to me here. It's just like, you know that computer from that Counter-Strike map, the Office one, in the Counter-Strike Source?
Yeah, like the general Source PC. It's in Gmod as well, I think.
Yeah, it's the Dell Dimension, like, 4400, I have that exact computer right here.
Dang.
It's great.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful find. I booted it up and it still works. It's smooth and everything. The only issue
Nice.
with it actually is that the watch battery that powers the motherboard is dead. So it
Oh,
booted in
yeah.
like once, and then every other time I've tried it, it can't work. So
Yeah, the BIOS isn't loaded properly. I mean, that would just be like, you just get a new watch battery for it, get a new
yeah.
CMOS, but...
Yeah, but it's cool to examine all the old programs because you've got some of the games that used to come with Windows computers, and then like the library was expanded upon in the later systems, I think. Of course, with the upped graphical fidelity too. I mean, when I started YouTube, I was just making, like I said, those. It wasn't even YouTube. It was just for myself. It was those stop motion Lego movies that my dad actually burned to a DVD for me that I still have, and it was on the family Windows 8.1 computer. But then when I was learning guitar, Dad set me up with an old laptop that he and my mom used to use for work that they didn't use anymore. It was this Windows Vista Home Premium, like massive chunky Toshiba laptop. It was the chunkiest thing you ever did see, and it chugged like crazy, but it could play music. So I would just play music along with it, and that was pretty much it because it was a slug of a machine.
Yeah, one of the earliest things that I was going to actually use that was going to be my personal computer for a time was we were going through my granddad's stuff, like one of my two granddads, because he had passed whenever in like 2012, and we were just going through his stuff in like 2021. And one of the things I found was actually three of them. I found three different laptops from different eras. One of which was so old, I think it was a laptop with, like, EGA graphics, if you know what that is.
Oh, wow,
like,
that is old. Yeah.
Yeah, like 4-bit per color graphics. It was from, like, either, like, 88 or 91. Like, it was old. And there was another one. I think the newest thing I saw in there was, like, it was 2003. It was a 2003 laptop. And the only reason I didn't use it was because it required a Windows XP activation disk.
Oh, it wasn't activated yet?
Nope.
Weird.
Yeah, it had the sticker on it, and when I opened it up, it still had some battery in it, and I found a charger for it, and I charged it up, and it was like, please input the activation disk, and I was like,
And you still couldn't find the crack code.
Yeah.
Wild. Well then, that's a really nice history. So I guess to kind of round out your history as a person, I guess, what games did you grow up on? And I guess racing games could be the focus because you're a racing game channel, but like pretty much any game. What did you grow up on playing? And I know you've talked about what kind of YouTube you watched, so that's pretty cool. And then just what games did you grow up on?
Okay, I'll break it down into racing games and non-racing games, and I'll also go roughly in order. First racing game I ever played, to my knowledge, was Need for Speed Underground 1. I think that was the first game I ever played. Then I played a lot of the other Need for Speeds from that time, so Underground 1, 2, Most Wanted, Carbon, and Pro Street. I had, at that time, I had both a PS2 and an original Xbox. Those are the two consoles that I had. So on the PS2, I had all those Need for Speeds. And I had Tokyo Extreme Racer 0 and Drift 2. I think my dad had Gran Turismo 3, but I never really played it, to be honest. Like, I didn't properly get into Gran Turismo until much later. I had Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix on the original Xbox, as well as Project Gotham Racing 1, which I think I played around that time. Those are like the earliest games that I know I had, like, very early on. When it comes to non-racing games, there was the platformers that I had. I played a surprising number of 3D platformers actually at that time, but they were more kid-focused. So there was SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, Crash Bandicoot The Wrath of Cortex, VeggieTales Larry Boy and the Bad Apple.
Oh, wow. You had that game?
Yeah.
Dude.
What was another one? There's fourth one that I had at that time as well that was a 3D platformer. Why can't I think of it right now?
I didn't even know VeggieTales had video games until much later in life, because I had grown up on those cartoons like extensively.
Yeah,
I didn't know there were video games for them at all.
As someone who had like a not a song as someone who had like a very had a Baptist Christian grandmother who drove a minivan with all of her too many grandkids, I heard a lot of VeggieTales growing up. What else was there? I still have some of let me just look on my wall and see if I recognize anything else.
He's got a whole wall.
There was another one that I actually forgot to mention, because it wasn't a 3D platformer. I know they made 3D platforms, but that's not what I played of, which was Sonic. That was probably one of my first like big like gaming fascinations, was the Sonic games, even though I was terrible at them, because I just like, as someone who's into racing games, you might guess that I liked the feeling of going fast in things, and so the Sonic games were some of my favorite platformers. There's even a picture of me at age 5 where I dressed up as Sonic for Halloween. And so that was some of my earliest stuff. And that's also what got me into videos, actually, because one of the earliest videos that I can remember watching was a web series called, I think it was called Sonic Chronicles. I'm not 100% sure, because Sonic Chronicles is also the name of, I believe, a DS or a PSP Sonic game. But what I remember seeing, it was this stop-motion something made with, like, it was either with, like, just, like, regular plushies and dolls, or maybe with, like, clay stop-motion. But it was this, like, little few-minute, like, web series thing I saw of, like, all the Sonic characters, and they would get into fights and things. And I watched a bunch of, that's probably actually the earliest videos that I remember, because I saw a cover of the you remember like the Numa Numa meme?
I believe so, yeah.
There was an animation that someone had done where it was Sonic and Shadow singing that song. That was an early video that I saw, and I know that because there was, I think it was the first grade, there was a day when I was just on the swings in first grade recess, and I was singing that song, and I got the dumbest look from the other kids, like, what the fuck? And another one that I saw was someone who had made, like, because this was the Sonic fandom on the internet, someone had made, like, an OC animation of, like, it basically looked like Silver, but the thing is, the animation was from 2004, so it wasn't actually Silver, it was, like, their original character that just has the same color scheme before Silver was even a thing. And it was, like, this thing where they were, like, fighting Sonic, and it was very heavily inspired by Dragon Ball. Because that was also something I had started watching around that time. I saw, like, the 4Kids dub of Dragon Ball, at that time. That was something.
4Kids dub.
Yeah, the 4Kids dub. That had first started coming on RTV, I think, around 2008, 2009. And I remember, actually, I went to go on the computer, because a website that I used to visit fairly often was a lot of the, like, TV channels that I saw had their own websites, but this was the early days, so there was the PBS Kids website, there was the Sprout website, there was the Nickelodeon website, and they also had a bunch of games on them. That's what got me into Flash games, actually. That was, like, my earliest experience with, like, Flash and browser-based games, were those TV show websites around, like, kids' TV shows.
Oh, wow.
And I remember they also had it to where Nickelodeon had the Nick Teens website, which was where you would watch some of the, not mature, but, like, more mature shows. Like, it wouldn't be SpongeBob, and it would be, like, other kinds of stuff. And one of the ones they had was Dragon Ball Z Kai, that they were showing at that time. Which is weird, because, like, I can't imagine Nickelodeon now showing Dragon Ball Z Kai. It's just, like, it just doesn't track with me.
Yeah, things have changed,
also,
yeah.
Yeah, but also that introduced me to another thing, because my uncle was a big person who got me into Dragon Ball and that kind of stuff, and a lot of online stuff, And there was a day when I saw him watching what I thought was Dragon Ball on the computer at my granddad's house. So I was like, "Oh, what are you watching on there?" And he was like, "Oh, you don't want to watch this." And I was like, "I'm gonna." And I just sat behind him and watched it for like 5 minutes. And only about 7 years later, because I was like 6 at the time, 7 years later, I was watching through stuff and a Dragon Ball video got on my recommended. And then I realized what I had caught him watching whenever I was 6 years old. He was watching Dragon Ball Z Abridged, which was probably like the one of the most heavily edited things
Oh
I
my
had.
gosh.
Yeah, that series is by modern standards ancient at this point. That series is 15 years old,
Goodness
maybe
gracious.
16 now. Yeah, because it
Probably,
started
yeah.
in late. Actually, no. Yeah, because it started in, I think, mid to late 2008. So, like, what I saw him watching whenever I was like 5 or 6 was already, because they were in the Frieza saga at that point, which I think was already at like year 2 or 3 of them. And that was one of the most heavily edited things I had seen. I didn't realize that at the time because it just looked like Dragon Ball to me because everything was in 240p because of the, I think, just broadband internet we had gotten at that time. Like, it was just past dial-up, because I
Oh man.
somehow missed dial-up. I never actually experienced dial-up, even as early internet access as I had.
Oh wow.
But,
Yeah,
yeah.
the first, I looked up the playlist. It's from Team 4 Star. The playlist has episode 1 uploaded 11 years ago, which probably means it was a re-upload. But the second episode
It
was
was,
uploaded
yeah.
July 9th of 2008. So yeah, that's 16
Yeah.
and a half years old now.
Yeah, that does also remind me though, because one of back to like the earliest games that I had played, one of the earliest games I had was Budokai Tenkaichi 2, the Dragon Ball Z game. That was probably the earliest fighter I had. What other games did I have at that time? I can't remember a lot of them particularly well, but I know those were the main ones that I had. It was like, oh, there was Burnout 3 as well, which was one that I had. There was... I can't remember when I got my PSP. I know at age 5 I had a PSP because I broke the back of it. Because that I had... Yeah, but the only games I had for that was Most Wanted 510, Pro Street, and Full Auto 2 Battleground, I think it was. And they were all pretty decent, actually. What else was there? I think I got Burnout Revenge around age 5 or 6. Around that time was also whenever I got my 360, so this would be like 2010, 2011. I got an Xbox 360 for Christmas one year. And so I got a bunch of games for that. I think I got... the first one that I really remember was Midnight Club LA, was the first one that I got for that. What else? I'm trying to think. That's most of the early stuff that I can think of when it comes to just like general games, like the earliest things. I don't know how well that answered your question, but
No, that answers
yeah.
it terrifically. Yeah, it's good to hear. What kind of games you were brought up on. It's really cool. It's got kind of a wide variety compared to like stuff that what I had, right? So
Yeah. That's the very earliest. Later on I got into more kind of stuff. Like I didn't really have shooters growing up, but around whenever I was like 8 or 9, I was around my uncle a lot, and so I played a little bit of GTA 5 with him, and I played a bit of Halo 3 with him, and then I have a distinct memory of me and my cousin whenever we were about 11. He's about the same age as me. We played Halo 3 Forge, and we were just dicking around with each other for like 40 minutes, and that was one of the funniest recordings we ever did.
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, because me and him have been wanting to try YouTube stuff for years. Like, we even saved up to buy my first microphone that I used in my earliest videos. That was a $20 Amazon microphone that I still have.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Gosh dang, that's really cool. It's cool that you keep that kind of stuff around too, right? Because not only does it make for good stories, but it kind of reminds you of like how far you've come, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's always good. So, I kind of want to ask this first because Even though I know that the big stuff is all in your racing content, I personally love the two videos that you have that don't revolve around racing video games, which is Keiichi, Tsuchiya, and Ken Block. I love those videos, even though they're by far, like, unfortunately, some of your least popular videos. And I say unfortunately because your formula is still very much present in them, and it shows how much you had been growing up to that point. Like, I probably should say that Art of Togue, very much the Fastminer style, and then Decline of Racing Games, I guess, got so popular that you probably figured, like, oh, this is the deal now, right? So
right. To be fair, with those two videos, I wanted to do more of that. I wanted to kind of, like, I almost wanted to flip between, like, the driver documentaries and like more game focused content. And I wanted to, that's why I tried to, like, expand into more different things with that. Was I wanted it to be like I can do whatever kind of game stuff I want, and then whatever kind of motorsport or car focused, because I had 2 more of those planned. I wanted to do 2 more for my favorite F1 drivers at the time, which is Ayrton Senna and Fernando Alonso. Mm-hmm. I wanted to do documentaries on those 2 drivers because I was really interested in their stories and how they did in the championship, and I was also inspired a lot. You'll probably notice in those videos by, like, Emperor Lemon's Dale Earnhardt video, and a lot of the stuff from Slap Shoes was a big inspiration behind those. Like, those were videos that I was big on as well. And now it's people like Black Flags Matter and Ellie Productions that I'm big on when it comes to NASCAR stuff. But, like, I was at the time I was also really into F1 stuff because 2021 was the first time I had watched an F1 season, and that was the perfect time to get an F1 too, because I watched that entire season flag to flag. Like, I caught every race of the 21 season, and, like, that season alone got me into F1 with just how, like, every week it was neck and neck like that. I'm trying to think if I answered that right.
No, yeah, you did. It's just really cool because, like, it's, while your content obviously has shifted towards more video game stuff, and it probably wouldn't be very lucrative anymore to make stuff about, like, real drivers and stuff. Those videos hold a special place in my heart because I like learning about real people behind the stuff that inspires a lot of things that people get into, right? Like, in the matter of Ken Block, he's kind of a cultural icon no matter which way you look, because he was co-founder of DC Shoes, was it? And the subsequent brands. He got into rally racing at age 40 and was super significant in, like, early YouTube and stuff like that. With his Gymkhana series. Like, the stuff you talked about with the Gymkhana series was awesome to me because I didn't grow up with YouTube a lot, so to know that something like this was big on YouTube also was, like, really, really cool.
Oh yeah, that's the craziest bit, is people don't talk about it. Ken Block's Gymkhana series was not just one of the biggest videos on YouTube, that was basically the first, realistically, Ken Block's videos were some of the first professional level productions that people made specifically for YouTube, in my mind at least. Because you look back, a good example of this, do you remember the YouTube rewinds that they stopped doing a couple years back?
Yes, I remember. I only remember them because of the last 2 were so horrendous that they had to stop.
Right. The thing was, the very first YouTube Rewind was literally YouTube making a top 10 list of the most viewed videos of that year. That's what the first, I think, 2 or 3 of them were. And then they switched more into that music video showing all the big creators of that year's celebration style format, which I did like, but had its own issues and that kind of thing. But if you go back to, I think it's the very first YouTube Rewind, and you look at what the top 10 most viewed videos are, the one with the best production value was I think it was Gymkhana 3 that's on that list, and it's like the 8th or 9th most viewed video of that year. And that, at the time, must have been mind-blowing to see someone put that level of effort and scale into a YouTube video.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. And it was high quality too, wasn't it? Like, it was one of those, like, pioneers of, 1080p HD, I would assume, and then all the production quality, it probably felt like a a Hollywood type deal almost, just on YouTube.
Right.
It was
Yeah, it wasn't
like
really
I said,
at that scale.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. It wasn't really at that scale, but it was like in comparison to everything else, it was on that kind of scale.
Yeah. And then the Keiichi Tsuchiya, sorry, I struggle with the Japanese names, I'm sorry.
Yeah, fair enough.
That video I watched recently, and that was really, really cool because I didn't know he used the AE86 from the that Toyota Corolla, but also it's really cool to study that people like him really did exist, because where I live, right in the middle of stinking nowhere, the most popular thing to really do with vehicles is mudding when it rains. On the rare occasion it rains, but mostly dirt biking, buggies, taking your stuff out to the deep desert out in like Eastern California meets Arizona type deal. Like, I got friends that go out to certain lakes and areas where they just go out with their dirt vehicles, and that's what's popular out here. But I always liked street racing because the idea of doing things that you shouldn't do on a road and doing it really well just very much invigorated me as a kid, but I had no access to stuff like that. I didn't know anything about that. And so to learn that what essentially was a fantasy for me, which is a guy like Tsuchiya, where he's doing mountain races and he's a circuit racer and he does all this really cool stuff and he teaches people how to drift. I actually came across a YouTube video right after I watched your video on how to drift, taught by the man himself. And it was really, really cool to watch, because in my head it's still so far out. It's almost, like I said, it's almost like a fantasy. So to learn that people like him really did exist was super fascinating to me. And that's also why I liked the Ken Block video a ton, was to know that there were people like these two guys that really did exist at one point. It's like, it's just mind blowing to me, because it really does just sound like something out of like a storybook. It doesn't sound real until you see it, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, and those are like stories that you can build like perfect morals around. Like in Tsuchiya's story, you can build that idea of like, you can get into whatever you want to and learn whatever you want to, no matter your status or economic background or where you come from. It's just like, if you find the right places, if you know who to look for, and you can build your skills up and talk to the right people, you can get wherever you want to go. And then in the Ken Blanc video, it's a similar thing of, even if it's not where your background is, even if it's not where your come up was through, if you have the passion for it, even if you're far out of your prime, you can still go and learn to do that thing and become the person that you wanted to be.
Yeah. I think that's what makes your videos, those two videos especially, so interesting, is that the way you structure them actually highlights that message in a way that you don't have to explicitly say. It's just kind of, it's there, and it's obvious that it's there, but it's not in your face. It's just kind of like, you know, this is a testament to a really cool person's existence, their story, and if this can mean something for you regardless of what it is that you're doing. And it's really cool. I wish those two videos especially got more attention, because I found, like you said, I found a lot of meaning in those videos.
Right, and I think it's also part of why, out of all the videos I've made, even though those aren't the most viewed, those are probably the most well received. Like, of what I consider to be my main videos, Keiichi Tsuchiya video is my most liked video to dislikes. It has a 99.5% like ratio, which is massive for me. Like, I average about 97%. So the vast majority of people who saw that video liked it.
That's gotta be incredible, dude. It probably helps that the view count is lower, so ratios balance out. But even still,
it is a little bit, yeah. But like, even my most viewed, like my really big videos that I consider to be well received, usually do about 98 to 98.5%. Like the Art of Rally, that's 98.5. What else? The Best Racing Game You've Never Heard Of and the Burnout video, those are at 98.4 and 0.3%. The Need for Speed video I just made is 98.5%. But I usually hover around like a 97, like my Assetto Corsa videos in the 97s, my last Forza Horizon videos in the 97s, so is my Midnight Club video. When a video is like disliked, like there's a lot of backlash, it'll usually be around 95%. That's where the Decline video was, that's where my first Forza Horizon video was, that's where both my Forza Motorsport and Gran Turismo reviews are. I'm looking at the page right now, so I'm pulling numbers direct from it.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, man, this guy's got a crazy memory.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like, if I need to pull up something, that I'll just, like, pull it up on my second monitor and look at it.
Yeah. Now, I do have one question about Art of Togue, just before we move on to the other more popular videos that I'm sure people who know you and are like listening to this, it's like, oh my gosh, please get to asking questions about these particular videos. It's like, I want to ask a question about Art of Togue first, and that is a great video all around. Love it, love everything in it. It's great. Not much to say on it except for this thing that I noticed isn't in any of your other videos. What is with the filter on top of it?
That was me fucking up the emulation settings and leaving leaving a scanline filter on in the emulator, which YouTube compression made look absolutely terrible, especially at lower resolutions. That's why that entire video looks awful, because I forgot to turn off the scanline filter in the game.
I see. Okay, that makes sense then. Because I was thinking about it. I'm wondering, like, what is with the lines? Like, he didn't record this off of a tape, did he? So
here, like look at my screen right now. Let me show you this. Here's what I did. Here's where I messed up. I'll skip this update. This is the game. So let me show you where I messed up. Oh, it's in 4x3. I forgot I left it in that.
The authentic experience.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and skip through all this.
What system was this game released on?
PS2.
PS2, okay.
There we go. So, like, this is what the game... Actually, let me back into this. I'll start up a race so I can show exactly what this looked like. Time attack. Preparation. Begin time attack. Oh, no car's been selected. Normal car. Just big. That's 2K. In yellow. Yes.
Nice. Is that the favorite color of yours? Is that the choice color for cars?
No, I was just like, I was thinking, what's a good car to represent this game? I prefer blue. Blue is like my color. Let me show you where I messed up. This is what the game normally looks like. You see this? It's relatively crisp. It's still PS2 era graphics.
Yeah. That
This
actually
is
looks
what I
really
did.
pretty.
Yeah, it's upscaled through like proper stuff, but what I did wrong is this. Let me find it. Filter, TV shader. Is that in?
It looks closer to what it is. It's got the lines, but they're a little farther apart. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is what I did. This is what I did. But also, it's even worse because this is at 1440p, and I didn't have a 1440p monitor at the time, so what it looked like in the video was... Where is it? Interlacing, internal resolution. What that looked like was this. Yeah.
You played that game looking like this?
Looking like this.
How did your eyes not get sore from the lines?
Because they were so small on the monitor that I didn't notice it until in the recording, where I realized while I was doing edits and I zoomed in on my footage, I was like, wait, there's a bunch of lines all over the and then the entire video, all the footage I recorded looked like that. And it was
well, at least you didn't give up on the video as a result.
Yeah. Oh, that one, you can even see... That one's lit up like the CRT phosphors. Like, that one tries to recreate, like, the phosphors on CRT. Some people... The weirdest bit is, some people on my videos where I emulate older racing games want my videos to look like this. They're like, oh, you can put you shouldn't show, like, a clean emulation of it. You should put, like, a CRT filter on it and put it in 480p. And I'm like... You're gonna tell me that you want to watch a YouTube video that looks like this?
I don't have a preference. I watch it however somebody records it, and I don't mind people trying to make it look more authentic. But at the same time, like for the sake of the profession, it's like you're not actually going to record a video looking like that.
Yeah, I can give you 2 reasons why it's a bad idea for me to record like this. One, if the more filters I put on it, the more the bitrate is going to have to be used to, like, show the filters. And the worse it's going to be, the worse it's going to look because YouTube destroys everything with its bitrate and compression. And also, you're not watching this on a CRT. You're watching this on a smartphone.
Yeah.
Like 60 to 70% of YouTube is watched on a smartphone. There's like another 20% on desktop and like another 7% on TV, and the rest is just miscellaneous stuff like the Wii and different things. But like most people
have YouTube support anymore. I know this. I tested it the other day.
It doesn't, but there's other funky things that do, like the Apple TV and stuff. But like random miscellaneous stuff is that last couple percent. But the majority of people are watching this on their phone screen, where it does not matter. The only reason I even upload in 1440p is because you can change your video settings to 1440p, and then the compression gets a bit better, even if you're only watching on a 1080p display.
That is genuinely very helpful when watching your stuff, especially to capture that sense of speed and the graphical fidelity that the games would have otherwise.
Like, the blur that's in Need for Speed Underground 1 is so insane that, like, regular amounts of, like, compression would destroy that.
Yeah. I was playing Rivals, actually, on my TV. I was capturing it from my, no, actually, I wasn't even that. I was playing Rivals from my computer here with the mods, and I was recording it through OBS, and I watched the recording back, and even the recording just doesn't do the graphical fidelity of the game any justice at all.
Yeah.
And then YouTube obviously just makes it even worse, so.
Right.
So, let's talk about the decline of racing games. That video of yours, your explosion onto the scene, as it were. It currently sits at around 1.5 million views. It was uploaded over a year ago, and it's a really good video. I recommend people watch it because it's an excellent...
I don't.
Why not?
Because it is, from the perspective of, like, especially where I'm at now, it is very rough in the... Okay, in terms of the video production, it's fine. Like, the editing, I have some decent jokes in there, I have some decent edits in there, I like what I did for a lot of that video. But, the writing? Oof.
But you're just not a fan of the pacing of it, or?
No, the pacing's alright, but I mean just like some of the opinions that I had and how I explained myself and some of the like facts that I thought I knew but were just way off. Like, there's a lot wrong with that video now that I would go back and correct.
Or maybe you do it as like a anniversary type deal of some kind, I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 videos that I'm most likely to remaster. One video I am remastering, which is the Art of Togue. Sometime this year, there will be a redo of that video.
That will be very exciting, considering that it'll finally, I assume, not have the filters on it anymore.
Yeah, that as well. And also the fact that out of all the videos I've made, despite that one having a generally positive reception, that's the only one that got me hated by a large gaming community.
What? Which community was that? The one that you were actually talking about?
Yeah, one of the biggest communities around the Tokyo Extreme Racer games that video is focused around is called the Shutoku Battle Discord. They hate me. They're also kind of stupid, but they just hate me. Because the thing is, we both agree that the video is bad, but they just don't let that go because they don't know what the words "I was 17 when I made this" or "first attempt at a video" mean. But they're also not very bright because they're rude to almost everyone that joins. And about a month ago, they leaked classified military documents in their server.
Yeah, I saw that.
that tells you the caliber of character we're dealing with. But as a big stick it to them, I'm going to properly redo that video, get all of my facts right, and review all of the games properly this time. It'd be like, yeah.
I don't know why they had to be so mean about it, though. It's like,
Yeah, there's even a bit, because if I remember correctly, they have like a bot in their server that like is like a meme thing where they like make fun of people, and they'll like it'll be like you can do like an exclamation mark something. I haven't checked, so I'll have to see if this is exactly right. But if I remember correctly, it like pulls up like jokes of people that they make fun of, and one of them was apparently my response to someone who was being a shitter in my comments. And I was like, look at this loser.
bruh.
Yeah. They got that hate boner going on for real.
You're real. Well, how did you
Yeah.
react to go? I guess to go back to the decline of racing games. Then, how did you react to its popularity at the time? Since you don't like the video now, did you like it when you first released it? How was the popularity? How when did it like spike and stuff? And what made you like really? What was your reaction about it? I suppose.
Okay, it was a thing of like whenever you expect something to happen, but it happens a lot more than you expected, but it still was technically in line with your expectations. That's kind of what happened there.
Like a pseudo overwhelming type of deal.
Right, it's like, I knew this could happen, I wasn't expecting it to happen kind of thing. Because I think I talked about this yesterday, how when I come up with video ideas, I won't write down a video idea unless it's something I would actually want to make. Because there's three things I take into account whenever I make a video. There's, would I want to make the video, which is about, I'd say 15% of my thought process going into an idea. There's, does my audience want to see that video, which is about 10% of my thought process. So I do keep my audience in consideration when coming up with new video ideas, because I'm like, I do still want to like make something that people would want to see to some extent, but I'm also not someone who actively chases down every little trend and every big possible thing I could be talking about. But 75% of my thought process is, would I want to watch the video that I could make? Like, I don't want to make something to get other people to watch it if I wouldn't watch it myself. There's no point in that to me.
Of course.
Then that's how I treat basically any kind of media. Is like, I wouldn't listen to a song that I make. I wouldn't want anyone to listen to a song that I make if I wouldn't listen to it myself. And I treat that same kind of way with basically every kind of piece of media I work on. So what I did for that is I had made a list of a bunch of videos that I wanted to make. And I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but I normally order them by like how much I want to do them. But every now and then when there's like a lull in the channel or I'm not getting as many views on the most recent videos, I'll reorder it by what I think has the potential to be like the biggest kind of video. What happened with that was, after the Art of Togue video exploded, or at least like relatively speaking did, I was like, I want to see if I can push the momentum of this. And then I ordered the list by most viable, like, in terms of success videos, and the one that went to the top was the decline of racing games. Because I'm like, I'm literally talking about the entirety of the racing game genre. This has the most potential to be big. Because nothing's guaranteed, so it's all about potential. It's all about knowing what could be the biggest. So I'm like, I think that's what I want to do next. So I made the video, and it as I predicted was the biggest thing I could have done. It was in line with my expectations, but it was so in line with my expectations that within 24 hours it had already passed the last video in views, and it just kept climbing from there. And that's the kind of stuff that, like, sometimes I can predict it and sometimes I can't. Like, to be fair, the next video I made after that was the Keiichi Tsuchiya video, and I went from pulling 1.1 million views at that time to 11,000 views at the time. That was like a massive drop off, because that was the very next video. So I went from like 50,000 to 1.2 million to 10,000. Like, it was a big drop straight from there.
Do you think that any of your positions in that video have changed necessarily? Like, maybe some of the facts have changed, but at least in your head, the facts of like how things work. But maybe, what positions do you think have changed or have remained mostly the same from that video?
It's usually, my positions are mostly the same, but my reasoning for a lot of them is very different. Like, I was very just like more or less bashing and ranting in a lot of those spots because that was only partially scripted. Like, that was more, I made a list of notes and then I was basically freehanding off of the notes that I had. The first like properly researched video on the channel that had like a fully done script was the Keiichi Tsuchiya video. Like the Art of Togue, that was almost completely improv. That was just going off of the facts that I knew in my head. That's
Whoa.
why I said there's so many factual errors in that video, because it was almost entirely off the dome.
That's
And
wild.
that's also why I got some backlash for it, was because I hadn't done the research for it. But like that I'm trying to think of where I was at now. Yeah, my positions are mostly the same, but my reasoning is different. Like, I still think that GT7 is one of the weakest Gran Turismos, but it's not just because of the microtransactions, it's because of the progression and how the, like, general in-game economy is and the grind of some stuff and some of the connection issues that people have and the AI being stupid, and it's still being locked to PlayStation and not on PC. Like, those are my issues with the game now. It's not just, oh, microtransaction bad, because that's been fixed for years now. Or at least mostly fixed on that game. And then like the Forza Horizon games, my opinion shifted from they're bad racing games to they are bad racing games, but I don't think they're trying to be racing games anymore. I think they're trying to be more general car sandboxes. In a similar, they now are less similar to Need for Speed and Gran Turismo, and more similar to Assetto Corsa and BeamNG Drive. Sandboxes, more or less. And those are where those games sit best, is giving the player maximum creative control and basically letting them have at it.
That is an interesting thing. I was actually going to ask this a little later when we actually got to the Fall of Forza Horizon video, but
Right.
is it appropriate for a game like that to steer so far from what appeared to be its initial design philosophy and, like, arguably, okay, I'm not saying it is, but arguably it's a perversion of its original design. So, and is that a good thing in your head? Is that a bad thing? Is it just a thing? Like, how would you go about, like, trying to discuss that with somebody?
I'd say it would depend also on where the person's at and like what their experience with it is, but in that case, I'd say I know things, especially media, will change and will evolve over time. Like, the biggest example of that is the Need for Speed series, which is constantly evolving and changing. Because in the racing genre, you see some game series that kind of stagnate because they never change. See Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport, or that keep changing so much that, like, they'll have different sections of their fan base that are only fans of certain ideas that they had in certain games, or only like this one because it was the one they grew up with. See Midnight Club, Burnout, or the biggest example, Need for Speed, and Test Drive. Test Drive is definitely up there too for that. And Forza's in a bit of a weird spot because Forza Horizon was already that something different from the Forza Motorsport games, because they had been doing Forza Motorsport for 7 years at that point. Horizon was supposed to be the new different thing. And Horizon was like kind of kind of driver-like and kind of test drive-like and kind of Need for Speed-like, but in different areas. They took a lot of the like auto show and race structure and that kind of stuff from Test Drive, but then they took the customization and performance ideas from Need for Speed and kind of melded them together into something new. Along with a softened up version of the physics from Forza Motorsport. Because of the arcade racers, quote unquote, Forza Horizon was the most realistic because it literally just took a Simcade racer's physics and just gave you like double the grip. So it still had all that realistic suspension geometry and weight transfer and everything, stuff we associate with more realistic Sims and Simcades, but given enough levity to still be accessible to someone who had just been playing Burnout and Need for Speed. And that's what those games were originally about. As time progressed, though, there was more online focus, there was more customization focused. They expanded the car list from the 212 it was in the first Horizon to the almost 800 or 900 it is now. And now it's become more about just driving around and cruising and hanging out with friends and just going and cruising around a place that looks cool, which, to be honest, is what a lot of people do with their actual cars that are in current car culture. They go to car meets and they just sit around in the parking lot and talk about cars and stuff and do little cruises. It's not always about street racing. And like other people who I've talked about who are in like real car culture and talk to other people about it say that Forza Horizon now is a closer experience to what their actual experience with cars is like than anything else.
Yeah, I noted that a lot in the Forza Horizon video, and then I think it was brought up actually in a later video you made, maybe about Forza. It was the second Forza Horizon
Right.
video you made, which was the is Forza Horizon still a racing game? And
Right.
it was noted in that one especially that it's very much like not necessarily there for the gameplay anymore as much as it is the social aspect and the modding and stuff like that. And I know that it reflects real life a lot more because especially in real life there's actual consequences to doing a lot of crazy stuff that you can only do in video games. But in my experience, the equivalent of that I've experienced like in my realm in shooter games is more Team Fortress 2, where the game has very much become less and less of a game to play for the mechanical enjoyment of it and for the fun that the game itself can produce, and more so the social aspect and the community and the discussion,
Right.
and very much the YouTube fights that you can get into with people. And it's kind of like the way you talk about Forza Horizon is the way I see a game like Team Fortress 2, where it's kind of there as more of a how would I put it, a communicative medium rather than
Right.
a video game. Not necessarily like VR chat or something like that. Not to that level of medium, but it blurs the line, I think, or at least treads it. And I find that very interesting because I often think about that a lot, and I wonder if that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing on an objective metric, or if that's just something that just happens and it just is what it is. But what if people just want, the racing stuff? And you said there's competitive aspects of it that people really enjoy if they really want to just race, and that's really cool. So
Yeah.
I don't know how it's very interesting, Forza, because it's when you talk about it, it sounds very strange. It's different from anything I've ever really heard of before.
Right. Like, that's why I really like the first Forza Horizon as well, because that's something else about it is, and this is a very nebulous thing, it's just the vibe of it was very unique. There's a big difference between how the first and the fifth Forza Horizons handle vibe. The fifth Forza Horizon 5 is more simulating the action and the kind of, like, things you can do as like a actual person in contemporary car culture. Horizon 1 was about the look, the vibe, the feel of that car culture. It was about the music and the lights and the smoke and the haze. It literally felt like you were driving up to a car meet or a car festival or SEMA or something and just hanging out. But you were still doing all kinds of races. The game was just showing you that kind of thing rather than giving you the blocks to do it, even though that's still what a lot of people did, because you could still hop in online and go to free roam and do car meets and that kind of stuff. People did drag racing on some of the flatter bits of land, and that's what that first one was about. But even like the people who I know that are really big fans of the current games talk about that vibe as being something that hasn't been brought back to the modern games.
Yeah. I wonder about that too. That's actually something I was going to ask about too, is that certain vibe. Is what do you think has brought that about? Like maybe from a design standpoint, because this is something that we'll probably talk about later, because it relates better to other videos that I wanted to specifically talk about. But in the sense of
when it comes to
sorry, what were you saying?
I'd say when it comes to Forza Horizon specifically, it's just that it wasn't considered integral enough. It wasn't considered as important as those other parts that people had talked about more of the gameplay focused things. The vibe is not, because it's not immediately what is happening on screen a lot of the time, it's considered less important. That's what I think, at least. So, like, it was given less time and resources in the general development of the game.
That almost seems like a shame, but perhaps it's for the
Right.
better. I don't know.
Yeah.
We already talked about Ken Block and along with Tsuchiya.
Yeah.
I could harp on about that Ken Block video like a ton. That was a video that like got me as emotional as watching the Earnhardt video from Implement did. So
Oh yeah, that was one of my favorites to work on. That was probably the one that I did the most research in, although the editing for that was surprisingly quick. The research took a while because I wanted to be very thorough and come very correct with it, but I literally edited that entire video in 9 days.
oh wow, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Granted, it's not the longest video. I think that's only like 17 or 18 minutes long, so it wasn't the longest. But like I already had, another thing is I had a lot of the bits planned out of my head. Like I knew I wanted the motorsport section to start with Group B footage. I knew I wanted that Hoonigan transition where I talk about the Hoonigan company. I wanted to show each of the words being shown on screen at the same time. I knew I wanted that Black Panther Do You Thing intro with the skateboarding footage, and it went even harder than I thought it would. And all of that just
so
worked.
good, dude.
Yeah, because it's just like that sounds like a skateboarding song. That sounds like a song you would do like a 180 and a kickflip to, and it just fucking worked. It cooked with that.
Totally. So to shift topics a little bit, let's talk about the thing we were talking about earlier in regards to Need for Speed, about its constant change and things, and how that results in creating the game that's currently out right now that you made a video about by itself, which is Need for Speed Unbound.
Yeah.
And all of its strangeness. It's a very strange game from an outsider's perspective, as an outsider myself, because it looks difficult to approach. And especially watching that video, there's a lot of things about it that I find weird, because having learned more about Need for Speed and how much it's changed, it appears to not necessarily have an identity of itself. But in this really weird thing that I've never really seen before, it doesn't look like it suffers from an identity crisis. It simply looks like something that changes whenever it feels like it, and it's very comfortable doing so. The fan base is the part that isn't comfortable, but the games themselves feel very much comfortable in their own shoes in a vacuum, which is what makes Unbound so weird, because once again, it's very different from everything else, visually at least, that has come out. And I kind of wanted to talk about that because I don't know, it seems like there's a lot to talk about with Unbound, from the sense that it kind of pulls, from my observation, it pulls from a little bit of everything that Need for Speed has ever done. And it does certain things well and other things obviously not so well. And do you think that that Unbound itself is like an overall like bad game, like a detriment to the franchise?
I don't think it's something that's like, unlike what a lot of people think, I don't think it is at a detriment to the franchise, because there is still enough there for a lot of people to appreciate it. And I think that is the good part about it. But Need for Speed, and to a large extent the current era that Need for Speed has been in, to me, I'm going to give a bit of a weird comparison, but I also say this because I know people like this. Need for Speed, if you've ever met someone like this, is like someone who, whenever they were younger, dealt with any kind of trauma or any kind of like specific experience that left them in a certain mindset, and they moved past that, and they kept going, they kept moving, but they never really addressed anything that comes from those kind of things. They don't really deal with their own issues in a way that, like, they'll address them, they'll say that they had to deal with them, but they never fixed any of the stuff that results from that. They don't go back and say, well, this was done this was done bad in the past, we should fix it here. They more or less just keep moving and keep going. And while that is a way of doing it, I'd say it's always better to learn from the past, but not try to recreate it. Because it also, at different points in Need for Speed's history, they've tried to recreate their past. See Hot Pursuit 2010 or Most Wanted 2012. And what I think is the thing they need to do is take the mindset of those older games and apply it to their current framework. That's why I like Need for Speed Heat as much as I do, because I think of that game as being a modern Need for Speed that was made in the same space, or in the same mindset as what many consider the best of the Black Box era Need for Speeds. It was not trying to recreate that vibe, but trying to recreate that backbone that, like, was built upon through that game.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And I suppose you grew up with the Black Box era, right?
Right, that was, even though they were technically, like, several years old at that point, that was my initial experience with the series.
Yeah. I have this other observation that, like, maybe you can help adjust or corroborate or whatever, depending on if I'm right or wrong. But
yeah.
I noticed that people who do grow up with certain Need for Speeds expect the franchise to function the way they grew up with it. In the sense that, like, you know how there's a lot of people that love Most Wanted 2005 to the point of being absurd fanatics about the whole thing?
Right, yeah.
I have a smaller version of that in my own heart and soul, because I grew up with Rivals. I grew up on the tail end of the Hypercar trilogy, and it's, like you said, the fifth Hot Pursuit game, and that was a big eye-opener for me as to what games could be, because at the time, I know you and I have talked about this before, at the time, I only knew Mario Kart Wii, basically, and like the occasional Pixar Cars game that I had on the Wii, but it was mostly just Mario Kart Wii that I knew as a racing game. And so to play a game that goes so blisteringly fast in the later half of it was just, it was insane for me. And it was solely focused on the races you had with the AI racers and your interactions with the cops. And as a cop, it was how you handled certain situations the best with the racers. And it was so cool, and I loved everything about it. And it's very interesting because the general consensus has certain ideas on what the best Need for Speed game is, even though in most cases they're very difficult to compare with one another. And most people forget that Rivals is even a thing, and thus kind of puts it down a ton. And I always get upset about that because I really loved that, and I wish Need for Speed did more of that. I want hypercars to come back in Need for Speed. And at the same time, I know that it's very comfortable shifting and moving around, and kind of like you said, it doesn't... Need for Speed never feels... I guess to build on your original comparison, Need for Speed never feels resolved. It always feels like it's trying to... It always feels like it thinks it's good enough, and the people see it as so much more than good enough. Like, they see it as great. It's amazing. It's almost, in some cases, some of the games, they're perfect the way they are. But the franchise itself, while not feeling like it's in an identity crisis, feels like it's only okay and could be better, but then does these things that only make it okay at the other things it tries, and not necessarily working more in a certain mindset or framework.
Right.
I don't know if you necessarily agree with that, but that's what I always thought, because looking back at stuff like Hot Pursuit 2010 and Rivals, I think it did the hypercar thing really, really well with its implementation of the physics and the tracks and all that, and the way that it did everything. And I don't know. I always thought that Need for Speed was fine with all the things it did, but it just it never feels satisfied, is my point.
Right. And I'll add two things to that, actually. One is, as a musician, you'll probably get this kind of reference, but Need for Speed feels like it's a perpetual, like, 2 major 7 to 5 7 to not resolving. It's just always almost resolved the progression that they're going for, and just doesn't. They just keep going with something else. And that's why I think, to be honest, the most representative era of Need for Speed is probably the Flux era. because it's that time where, because of how Need for Speed is, they've always been about trying new things and different ideas, and that is the era where they did the most of that, where they were doing the most different, where you had Shift and Nitro and The Run and Hot Pursuit and Rivals, all in that same kind of space, that are all vastly different from each other, because it's all different teams coming at new ideas and putting the Need for Speed spin on them. And that's also, that brings me to something that I thought about mentioning in the Need for Speed video, but I didn't think was even worth my time to mention, which is that some people play the modern Need for Speeds and see that they're adding in more supercars and hypercars and go, Need for Speed isn't about supercars, it's never been about that. And then I'm like, did you play the first one? Or the first 6 of them? Or the Flux era? There have been, for about half of Need for Speed's history, the games have been about supercars. That's not a new thing at all, because the first one was about supercars. And it's also not really about tuners either. Only the middle of the black box era was super focused on tuners. Yes, there were tuner cars, but realistically, the only games that have been about tuner culture, quote unquote, were Underground 1, 2, Most Wanted, Carbon, and 2015. The rest of them haven't really been that focused on it. You can also argue Heat and Unbound being in that, but that's where something like Unbound makes it difficult, because like you said, Unbound is trying to pull from everything to try and appease some of those people, and they have so many conflicting interests that, realistically, I would say if you're not going to be able to spend the 5 or 6 years of development and millions of dollars that it would require to actually make a Need for Speed that draws from every single positive aspect of the last 30 years of the series, don't bother. Just make something focused and make something that has all of its ideas together, maybe inspired by something else, maybe not. Maybe you could draw from other racing game franchises or other movies or other pieces of media, but don't throw everything in at once if you're not going to be able to commit to it. Just commit to something.
Yeah. I think that's where people get the idea that now, probably more than ever, the argument is made for Need for Speed actually having an identity crisis instead of pretending that it doesn't. Because Unbound is really the first game, I think, that exemplifies that they're starting to not know what to do because they're running out of ideas. And the mishmash of everything, like you said, it's not focused, it's not centered.
Right.
It kind of feels as though the developers are like, okay, let's take a little bit of everything from almost every game that Need for Speed has ever had, throw it in, and let's hope people like it because it has this 1 or 2 certain things in it that people will remember from another game, and they'll at least give it a passing grade because they remember this one thing from that one game. And
yeah,
as we know from not only common sense, but also trends in the gaming market from pretty much every genre, that doesn't work out very well at all.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult because, and then of course, with the points you made about it not being very focused, it's not focused even in all the other things it does, like its aesthetic with the realistic world and cars, but then the cel-shaded characters. And then,
right,
of course, we're keeping in the fact that stories are always cringy in racing games almost all the time because for some reason racing games can't ever have good writing.
Yeah,
then,
me and Racevik have had some really good conversations about stories in racing games and how there's been a thing there where actually we're trying to figure out. There's a lot of people who say racing game stories shouldn't even be a thing, and I'm still, because we haven't had a properly good one, I'm trying to figure out if that's because the racing game medium itself isn't good for storytelling, or if it's just because we've never seen a good one, no one thinks it's possible. But I can't really have a definitive answer for that until a good one is made. So it's almost like the answer to the question is itself, but that doesn't give me an answer.
Well, it's difficult because places to look would be places that the way I think about it is that for some reason there's a lot of really good stories that can be told about race drivers in real life, but then those stories can never be translated into fiction. It's like your videos. You've got oh my gosh, I can't pronounce Japanese names.
Tsuchiya.
You've got Keiichi Tsuchiya and Ken Block. Those guys are really cool. There's so many cool stories from their lives. You've got Colin McRae, which we'll get to in a sec because there's the whole Dirt Games stuff, right? That's inspired by him, right? You've got Colin McRae and you've got all these guys. You've got Dale Earnhardt. You can make stories in racing games that revolve around a character that goes around and does things and progresses, and it's an entertaining story because we make stories about real people that entertaining. Why can't we do it in fiction? It's realistically speaking, it's not that hard. It's not the whole case of like, oh, real communism has never been tried, and then once it's tried, it's like, oh, but it didn't work. It's the racing games aren't quite like that because you can actually have good stories. I mean, the first Pixar Cars game for the PS2 and then later the Wii, I think it was, has a great story, and it's simple. It's very bare bones, but it's a great expansion upon where Cars the movie left off, and that's a good story, and it's frankly a lot easier because it comes off of a movie. But that's an example of a racing game having a good story. It's just that nobody thinks about that because people consider cartoon racing games or stuff like that to be very juvenile to the point of it kind of being alienated from the generalization as a whole, at least from my observation. I don't know if you'd agree or disagree with that, but
right.
There's stuff like that, and you could do it. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, right? How Need for Speed 2015's story, like I personally loved the story of that game because I know people who actually talk like that. But like you said, people in the city where they live wouldn't and don't talk like they do. People from my area in the desert, in the really rural areas, they talk like the characters in that story. So the story probably is phenomenal if the setting was just in a different area, but then the whole game would change. And so it's this really weird balance that has just almost never been struck ever.
Right. And that's also part of why those older Need for Speed stories work for a lot more people, is because they fully commit to the bit. No character in one of those Need for Speeds is supposed to be like a real person. Literally, like, one of the most iconic characters from Most Wanted is Ronnie. Ronnie's entire character is built off of, I think it was like either an emo or a pop punk song from around that time that was about a guy who got like, he was trying to be cool and be tough. And I can't remember the gang. There's a certain gang that has, like, I think either 13 as, like, their logo. That, like, they get tattooed on their arm. And it was about a guy who's trying to sound cool and be tough. And he gets 31 tattooed on his arm because he's so stupid he can't figure that out. And Ronnie's entire character is built off of that. That is what that character is supposed to be like. He's supposed to be the stupid guy thinks he's the coolest person on Earth. He's supposed to be a complete joke. That's what his character is. And they commit to that. That is all he's supposed to be. And that's what that actor was trying to do from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And he commits to that.
Maybe that's part of what makes 2005 Most Wanted such a cool game in people's eyes, is like the fact that there is so much committing to the bit, where nowadays it's kind of, even with the voice acting of, like, I mean, as far back as Payback, really, there's just always, it's always felt limp. I don't know. That's just my observation.
Yeah, I mean, that comes with a lot of things when it comes to showing off, especially like cultures from places where people might not be from, but it's also about an authenticity kind of thing, and that kind of applies to anything, where either you want it to be completely authentic, like showing every facet of something, or completely off the wall, just like entirely new and different, because it's something you can laugh at or enjoy, or you can be connected to even if you're not a part of that group or culture.
Yeah. It's just such a difficult balance to strike.
Doing a halfway house is called being Drake, but...
To switch it up, though, let's talk about Rally and Dirt, the Art of Rally, my personal favorite video of yours. It was the one that got me to subscribe to you, and then
that's the first one. My audio was decent too. Yeah, because if you listen to those first 5 videos, you can hear the bitrate compression from the audio on that.
Yeah. I mean, it's there. It's not unbearable. Like I said, I'm not
It's
one
not,
to
but
care that much. But yes, from a production standpoint, the Dirt video
Well, no,
is much better.
it wasn't even that. DaVinci Resolve doesn't let you export MP4s with any more audio bitrate than 192 MP3s.
That's it?
Yeah, that's what they limit it to. The reason it sounds better in the Dirt video is because since then I've been exporting in MOVs.
You export in MOV files?
Yeah, because I can actually export in wave audio.
Wow. I haven't heard of that format in a while.
Yeah, it's like I think it's Apple's proprietary, but a lot of people outside of Apple use it, so it's, yeah. But like, I have to do that because I can't export in more than 192 when it comes to MP4s.
Wow. So what changed with the... So you just started exporting to MOVs for Rally, for the Art of Rally, because of the higher audio quality?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much just that. Actually, was that my first video in 1440p? It might have been. No, the Unbound video was. Unbound videos, because that's when I got my new monitor, was while I was working on that video.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think the main thing about Dirt that I really wanted to talk about was its evolution, because aside from the last 2 games, it's this very interesting story to me about how a game can start from something very simple and cool and just kind of something to have, really, and it kind of blows up into this masterpiece where, like, you praise Dirt 2 and 3 a ton because they're just the best, right? And I always find it interesting how a game evolves into something like that, where it seems very comfortable in its own shoes. Like, I just kind of wanted to hear your thoughts on the game evolution from that sense, and how, I don't know, maybe lessons that can be learned from the production of the Dirt games and stuff.
Like how they went and changed over time?
Yeah, well, because there's evolutions, and they're small and menial at first, but then they grow and grow, and it's this great thing. And Dirt 2 and 3 are like really good games and stuff. It got to me to the point where I want to get the Dirt games now on like PC and physical copies and stuff. So
yeah, like I would definitely recommend it with those.
It's just one of those game series that never seems to have had a proper fall from grace, as it were. Like, even with how weird 4 and 5 seem to be, it's they just kind of, the way you talk about it, they seem to retain a lot of their old glory, and it never really went away.
In a lot of ways, yes. Although it depends. It really depends on where they're going next with it, because we haven't had a new Dirt game technically in 4 years, or closing in on 5 now, because there's also some argument to be made that the EA Sports WRC game was built on what would have been Dirt Rally 3, because it kind of is and it kind of isn't, because it's using a different engine to Codemasters, but Codemasters was the main team behind it. And Codemasters, at some point I'm probably going to make a video on just Codemasters the studio, because they've got both a really interesting story, and in my opinion they are probably the best studio in racing games, because they're also one of the only studios that does only racing games. Like with a lot of the others, yeah, with a lot of the other studios I can think of, they'll do other things. Like Criterion did a couple shooters. I think Turn 10's basically locked in on Forza. Rockstar San Diego has worked on basically everything from GTA to Red Dead Redemption to the Midnight Clubs that I remember them for. What are there some good examples? Like a lot of those EA studios that worked on Need for Speeds got shifted around to different stuff over time. But Codemasters, basically, since they've done some publishing for other games, but when it comes to games they developed, they've basically been doing nothing but racing games for the last, give or take, 30 years almost. And they've spent those 30 years perfecting their craft at making those games, which is also part of why they're so good at that, and why I think they're probably the best studio when it comes to racing games. And those Dirt games are in that second half where they've already spent almost 20 years perfecting how they build their games and how they conceptualize them. And they're also trying to do kind of that Need for Speed thing of taking what works about the real aspects of it, whether it's real track racing with grid or real rally driving with the dirts, and they combine that with what the culture looks like at the moment, or what the vibes of other games that are popular look like. And they're just doing that really well.
Yeah. That's actually a sort of a, I would call it a lost art, but that's because in my area, vibes are much harder to come by in shooters, because shooters are on a bit of a decline when it comes to vibes. How do you reckon people like used to do vibes? Because it was a lot. I guess it's difficult to phrase this question, but from my perspective, vibes have always seemed to be a very difficult thing to pin down and necessarily like.
They are, yeah.
Like, because if you were to make a game about an older era, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, because people are so used to having games being made with the current vibe in mind. So unless it's very explicitly... Like, you couldn't make a racing game that explicitly chases that 2000s vibe in the way that Most Wanted 2005 does, because the vibe would seem unattractive to a lot of like new people who don't know what that era was like. So,
well, it kind of depends. I think you can do that, because there's some examples, even like what you were just saying there about like games trying to fill that 2000s vibe. In a lot of ways, that's what Need for Speed 2015 was. It was trying to call back to that 2000s kind of style, but what I'd say is the best way to do it is to do that kind of style through the lens of the current style. And the best way I can describe that is like the GTA trilogy. Like, with the exception of GTA 3, Vice City and San Andreas are games that came out 15 to 10 years after the time that, like, they take place in. And so they're trying to show this older style or this older vibe, but with the current sensibilities, which is, I think, the best way to do it. It's a similar thing with, like, Driver San Francisco. That is about a contemporary to 2011 game, but it's heavily informed by, like, if I remember correctly, like 70s gangster movies and mobster movies and Superfly and that kind of thing, and crime dramas and all that. And that's what they built their vibe on, even though that's technically not contemporary. It is through a contemporary lens, and it was done still for contemporary audiences, but just informed by those other older things.
That really opens my perspective up to that kind of thing. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't think it's impossible to do, it just, you have to have a certain tact and way of thinking about it to do it.
I guess that makes sense. I guess I'm kind of a bit of a nihilist in that sense, because I often feel that in this era especially, there's not a whole lot of vibe to capture. I'm not very aware of what would be a 2020s vibe, as it were. So to see games that are very sterile in their vibe, and maybe that's just because I've got a lot of bad examples in the shooter era, what with like Halo being butchered and COD being butchered, and things very much being a shell of their former glory. It's weird to see from the racing game perspective how much vibes are still around. It's almost jarring in a sense, I guess, how much they can still be captured.
Right. And it also depends on, like, what was best suited for the current era, because there's stuff that was out 10, 20, 30 years ago that wasn't even that big then, but fits perfectly with modern day vibes, and that's the perfect stuff to pull from. Like, people talk about the 2010s as being the most cynical and self-referential era ever, but the thing is, that was the same thing people said about the 90s, which is why the 90s was so great to pull from in the 2010s. And And it's a similar thing with, like, the 2020s. You notice a lot of 2020s media pulls back to the 2000s, the early internet, all the music videos being in 4:3, old, like, TV filters from watching on CDs and such. Like, that's the vibe people are going for, because it just kind of works.
Yeah. Guess it's all a matter of the trends, huh?
Right. And to be fair, that's also just how nostalgia is. Nostalgia usually works in cycles of roughly 20 years, which is why, like, in the 80s, you saw a lot of the 60s bands coming back and doing legacy tours, and, like, the Beach Boys coming back, and the last few records from John Lennon in the 80s being big. And then in the 90s, that's when you saw people bringing back disco, and you had disco and neo-soul and neo-R&B that were calling back to the 70s. And then the 2000s, you had people covering Michael Jackson as a metal band and that kind of thing. It's all just referencing back to stuff that was before.
I guess that's what we as people are very good at doing is, I guess, holding on to the past, even as much as some people may not like it.
Right. Even people who say they don't hold on to the past do in some extent, and I don't hold that against anyone, but you have to be open and accepting about that because that's always going to be the case.
Of course. Plus, from a historical standpoint, it's very important to keep, the history of certain things alive, and calling back to that is always a great way to do that because it ensures in some way its longevity in as far as the knowledge of its prior existence.
Right. And something that always annoys me, this particular pertains to media, but also in a lot of extents pertains to culture because media is tied in with how culture is, or at least has been that way for the last near 100 years, especially in like Western countries. But something that really annoys me is when people who are real sticklers about, oh, this X was so much better in my day and everything was so good, they'll be real sticklers about that, but then they won't talk to the people who want to learn from that media. They won't go and actually show, like, this is why I think it was good. They just spend all day shouting at the youngins for not listening to the good music, or not learning from the greats. And this isn't any particular genre or time period or year. This is everywhere. Every group does this. I know people who are like, oh, real music stopped after 1966 with the Beatles' Revolver album. Oh, there's no real hip-hop anymore. It died with Biggie and Tupac. Oh, no one knows how to make pop music anymore. It hasn't been good since the 80s. And it all's just kind of the same thing with a different coat of paint on it. And the only way, like, the younger people relate to that older stuff and will create more stuff like that older stuff is if you teach them why they should. Is if you show them, this is why it was better in my day, rather than just shouting, oh, it just is because I say so, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's probably where a lot of memes like the OK Boomer meme comes from, where it's very much making fun of the fact that instead of actually providing substance, you literally are just an old man yelling at the clouds.
Right. And there's a lot of great stuff to be had in delving through old media. Like we were just saying, there's a lot of great stuff in those older media and thing, but not everyone's going to engage with that. And that's always been the case. Not everyone in the 60s was listening to the 40s crooner classics and going, ah, this is real music. This is the true, everything that comes out today is trash. Yes, there were some people like that, but not the average music listener. They were listening to whatever was big on the radio. And that's also a slight difference in how we approach, like, when it comes to music specifically. Some people who talk about, oh, we had all the classics. Yeah, you had all the classics. You also had a lot of trash that you just don't remember. No one remembers how there were literally session bands in the 60s and 70s who didn't exist, but what it was a bunch of session musicians that a record producer dressed together, called a band, wrote a hit song for them, they played it, made that record producer a bunch of money, and you never heard of them again. And that happened all the time.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And yet the big... Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
And yet they see basically that same thing, but with Max Martin or whoever else on a modern pop song and go, modern music is so trashed. We need to listen to the Beatles and Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, they are great musicians because you remember them. You don't remember I can't even remember them right now, and I know someone with a 65-year-old memory certainly can't either.
That's very true. Maybe it's the rose-tinted glasses thing we humans tend to do, where we very much do remember the best qualities of the culture and try to keep the prior stuff in the past. I know my parents have done that before because like they grew up in the 80s and 90s, so they were they remember certain things about the culture, and they're like, ah, yes, this was a thing, this was a thing, this thing was good, this not so much. Let's ignore that.
Yeah, and every group does that. Let's like say it's in the 70s. Disco was so great. There's so many great bands, Earth, Wind and Fire, and what's some other good examples? Who made Hollywood Swing? And I can't think of the name right now. But there's like tons of great bands, but then you don't remember all like the butt boogie bands and all of the just basically what sounded like a bass player sitting in a corner doing 90% of the work while the rest of the band wasn't actually there. And no one heard anything from the Jacksons between 1978 and 1974. No one remembers. The only songs people remember is Blame It on the Boogie, ABCs, and maybe like one or two others. Most of those came out between like 69 and 72, and Blame It on the Boogie was 78. So no one remembers between then, but they were a classic 70s band that everyone talked about because that's what people remember now. In the 80s, it was the same kind of thing. All the great rock and roll bands of the 80s, they were playing that real music. No one remembers all the hair metal that turned out to be trash because it was just big, overindulgent arena rock and butt rock and truck commercial. Yeah! And girls. Yeah, that was peak music, even though no one actually listens to that because it really wasn't. And it's that same kind of thing. Every genre does that.
I heard some bass player spite in a prior remark you made earlier.
A little bit, yeah.
It's really funny though because I grew up on hair metal and like classic rock, but then also hair metal, which was really weird, and because Dad liked it and I grew up on hearing it, so I always thought that was like cool old music and stuff, and I forget how pretentious people saw it to be back in its time. Because it's like, it is overly theatrical. It's really stupid. And yes, there's structure to the music. It's simple, but it's like, it's got all the stuff. I mean, it's played with real instruments and the guys could actually sing back in the day instead of blow their voices out now. So
the thing I always kind of hate is when, especially a genre is just coming up, and people go, oh, they're not real musicians. Oh, they don't know how to play. Oh, they don't know how to sing. Oh, they don't know how to write. When a genre is just forming, and I'm like, yeah, that's what a new genre is. When people are just coming up with new ideas, they're gonna be rough. With any sound and any genre.
Hey, it's an experimental stage still, so yeah.
Yeah, and that's what happens with anything. You look at early blues, you look at early rock, you look at early psychedelic, you look at early metal, you look at early disco and soul and R&B and hip-hop and whenever stuff was revived. Everything was like that at some point where they just go, oh, that's not real music because they're not writing all their own stuff. They got the band to help them. Oh, they're not playing all the instruments. They hired a band. Oh, they're not playing all the instruments. They played a sample. It's always the same kind of complaints, and the only time I see it fixed is whenever you just go, no, I know what good music sounds like, here it is, and you just show it to them, and it's one of the best sounding things they've ever heard, because you've worked on it for a decade. You know what you're doing now, because it's not a new thing anymore. There's conventions, there's standards of the sound, and now that you've made something great, it sounds great, and it will for however long it's out there.
So in a sense, people are just like the Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005 community, where everything else sucks because it's not like that.
Yeah, it's not the thing I remember through several layers of rose-tinted glasses, memory loss, and the fact that I'm just a boring old man now.
Stupid millennials.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying like there aren't older people who are into that kind of stuff, because there are older folks that are into a lot of new music that I talk to, and there are younger folks that are... The most annoying people are the young people who are the "I was born in the wrong generation" type. That's the most annoying person on earth, but...
I was one of those people, and yeah, it's pretty cringy.
Yeah, yeah. When you turn 14 or 15, you grow out of that stage, you realize just how annoying that specific type of person is.
Oh no, that's when the phase started for me, because it coincided with the whole I'm 14 and I'm edgy type deal. So
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. Because that's something I've noticed is as people grow up, it's weird. I've met people who got a lot more extreme in how they approach their beliefs, ideas, and cultural everything, and I know a lot of people who got more mellow and who got, like, more, I guess, like, would centrist be the right term? Yeah, it probably would be. Got, like, more, in some ways basic, but, like, in some ways also more accepting of other people's ideas, and that's what I try to be, is I try to see where everybody's coming from, with anything, really. I don't like to just walk in and immediately start shitting on someone because they think different or they think wrong. And I'm just like, well, where are you coming from? I want to understand it and know where you're coming from on different things. And I just like talking to people. That's just what I feel.
yeah, no, I'm very much the same way. I wouldn't call it centrist as much as it's just being open.
Yeah, like just having an open dialogue. I hate any time... Like, that's why I don't really like political talk on my server, because a lot of times political talk, especially, like, in the US, political talk ends up just becoming a shouting match immediately. I don't care what side you're on, I don't care whatever, it just becomes a shouting match, and that I hate, because no one wins and it's never productive. No one gains anything from a shouting match.
Yeah, I mean, I would love it if there were more, like, reasonable conversations, like Socratic dialogue type deal, or maybe just honest conversations about the nature of things.
Right.
But it does get to the point where it's like, can you even trust that to occur? Because certain people are gonna yell about their thing, and then other people are gonna yell in return because they feel attacked, and it's this, that, and the other thing, and it's all just it's just a great big mess.
That's why, like, something I learned about a couple of years ago was that regardless of your political affiliation, the general populace of the US has gotten a lot more extreme in the last, like, 10 years because of stuff like the internet and the general shouting match, meaning that the most extreme positions are the ones that get spread the most. Because on if you agree with them, or you agree with a part of them, then more than likely they're going to get pushed in circles relating to stuff you might see, and if you're against them, then that's that's your straw man now. That's what the other side is like. That's the different, that's the wrong. And so now that extreme becomes your standard for what stuff is, so now you're yelling at them, but treating that like it's all the opposition is. And every side does this. Every side does this.
Yeah, to their own respective degrees, I would say. It is difficult too, especially with the atomization of culture as a result of all that. I mean, because with the internet, you're not encouraged to have honest conversations, and knowing that you can be forever anonymous, you can say the wildest things and even pretend to believe them for the sake of the bit and keep it up, and people will genuinely believe that you think it. And it's so difficult to figure out whether or not somebody actually believes something that's genuinely, like, crazy. And it's just one of those things that I guess we experience in every sect of culture, like we've been talking about with music and video games on the smaller scale, politics with the slightly larger scale, and then just other things in life. It's difficult.
Right.
It's difficult.
And it's also that everyone has a different background, and some people are more, not necessarily accepting, but more willing to understand people's backgrounds when it comes to stuff. And it's not even just like people who grew up in different areas or speak different languages. If you're talking to someone who had a different day than you, and you're not able to read how how that day has affected them, then you might not even be able to read how someone's entire life has changed their worldview on something that you might vehemently feel one way about, and they might vehemently feel another way about. But if you can't see why they came to that conclusion, y'all aren't probably going to have the best kind of conversation if you don't at least try to have that dialogue first.
Yeah. Like, I'm all for finding the objective truth in certain matters, but the understanding where people come from with their beliefs is incredibly important. And I
Right.
actually learned this fairly recently too, because my now fiance, she has basically the opposite childhood of mine. I have had basically like quintessentially one of the like the ideal perfect childhood compared to her. Her childhood was absolutely trash in ways that I can't necessarily reveal because, you know, just personal
Fair.
stuff, but it was compared to me, I was like gold and she was dirt. And it was really weird to like in the beginning stages of dating because she was very reserved about certain things. She didn't like certain things that I did at all, and I didn't like certain things that she did at all, and it was very difficult to have those initial conversations because we were such different people to one another. It was almost a
Right.
culture shock to each other, and I think growing through that and pushing out of that and just growing as people because of those experiences and like talking about all the stuff and the way we view things has probably been the most beneficial thing for the both of us in the long term.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that's the best thing people can always do who come from different backgrounds is talking to each other and learning about those kind of experiences because you can use that to now orient your own mindset and build upon more stuff. I'd say there isn't really any bad knowledge you can get. The only kind of knowledge that is bad is knowledge that actively... I gotta think of a perfect way to phrase this because it's kind of difficult. The only kind of knowledge that, like, I wouldn't want someone to get is, like...
Something that deters you from the truth, I suppose, but...
I guess more of, like, stuff that changes your mindset to be negative towards yourself. That's the only kind of, like, knowledge I can think of. And there are certain times where you'll learn something and you may think less of yourself or others around you because of that bit of knowledge. Like, if it would say something in, like, family history and stuff like that. There are cases where you'd be like, I didn't realize that was what I was doing or what I was around because you didn't know that's what was going on or how bad that actually was. And I know a lot of people who come to realizations like that 5, 10, 15 years later, and I've even done that myself, where I'm like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was doing that. That was pretty shit of me.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, it's I guess on my end, it's kind of mostly resulted in the fact that I view the way I used to behave before as a younger teenager as very like I cringe a lot when I think of things I used to say or believe and stuff, and it's like you really shouldn't have said that, or there was like 1,000 different ways to say it better, and you chose the worst one. And
right, and I've had those kind of... I mean, the also thing is, everyone has those kind of moments. I don't know a single person who doesn't. The thing that builds people and shows character and shows growth is how you handle those and how you grow from those.
Definitely. I'd agree.
Yeah, the thing that shows a person how good a person is not how often they fail, it's how they grow from failure.
That should be put on a t-shirt, dude. That goes hard.
Yeah.
That's something people should genuinely hear more, because I think especially in this day and age with the atomization that our generation especially experiences on the internet, and I guess in a post-COVID world, I would be safe to say with
COVID did exacerbate some of those issues, yeah.
Oh, a ton, especially the now generational problem that really shouldn't have been a problem, but COVID kind of made it a problem, is the epidemic of feeling so lonely and lost in the world. It's this idea that because you're so lonely, the failures both feel worthless and at the same time feel so much harder because you become... Everyone knows that phrase about how you are your own worst... You're on
critic.
You are
or your own worst enemy, something like that.
Yeah,
one of those lines.
Yeah, to that degree, and it's super amplified when people are more alone because they have no one to blame but themselves for the stupid things they do by themselves, and it feeds into negative feedback loops so much. It's genuinely awful. I used to be like really rough on myself about stuff like this a ton, and it took a great effort on my part to not be lonely anymore, so that I could like not be surrounded by only my thoughts, but also the knowledge that it's not it's not how hard you fall. It is how you get back up and keep going in spite of the fall. It's like that's one of the options that we as humans get to do, is that we get to learn and grow as and fail as many times as we need to, as long as we, at some point get it right and we genuinely strive for the good as a result of that. And I think
right,
to give up on that is a very sad thing.
Right. That's always the worst thing, is to say, like, that you couldn't come past that. And to be fair, there are some obstacles that will show up that people won't be able to get past. And the thing you do there is, then you try to go around it. You try to find some other way to, if not achieve that goal, achieve a similar goal. Try to strive for something else you're passionate about. Try and learn more about something else you wanted to learn that whole time.
Yeah. And then on my end of it, it's like, I was always taught as a kid, like, if you can't surpass something, do all that, of course. But then also, it's okay to ask for help. Like, it's okay to admit to yourself, I'm not capable to deal with this thing at the moment. I don't have the resources. I don't have the mental faculties for it. I don't know what I'm doing. I need help. And
I know several people who spent their entire life being told the opposite. Being told you always, in every situation, have to be self-sufficient and self-reliant. And that's also kind of slightly a generational thing, but not in all cases, where especially a lot of the older folks I know were always taught that you have to be 100% self-reliant and self-sufficient in every aspect. And there is a lot of good to be had there. It's good to know how to fix things and how to build your own knowledge base and how to rely on yourself in a lot of things. And it's good to be skilled. What is less good is being isolated, being cut off from people, not pushing, like, what's bad is pushing people away. That's what makes it difficult to live as a person, because humans are a social people. We like to be around others. And the worst kind of thing is where someone's been told all their life that they're only supposed to push people away and only rely on themselves. You should have the ability to be self-reliant. You should not force yourself to be self-reliant.
Yeah, and it often takes a great deal of help to be self-reliant to a certain degree. I know that's what good parents are for, is to kind of teach you and guide you in that direction too. But being alone especially is so difficult, because then everything really is on you, and it gets to the point where you will throw in the towel at some point if you don't have people to help and guide you through certain things and obstacles, right? It's so it's sad, and I had a point earlier, but I guess I kind of forgot my wording for it. But yeah, it's the loneliness aspect, and my fiance was told all of that she has to be like completely self-reliant and all this to the most extreme of degrees. So when she sees somebody like me who's like willing to help her out with stuff and do these things that her own parents would never even do for her, she would like have pseudo mental breakdowns because she couldn't figure out like what on earth was going on. Like, she genuinely couldn't comprehend what was happening before her own eyes, because it was so antithetical to, is that the word?
It was antithetical.
It was antithetical to everything that she had learned about life through the negative areas that she had been raised in. And that was the source of conflict between us for a long time.
And I see similar parallels with that, and that's actually why a lot of this mindset came to me, is between that and my mom. My mom was in a very similar spot. That's how I have so many good examples of someone who was taught all of her life to be very self-reliant. Because the thing is, that's what she was shown all of her life, but she was also put down in a lot of cases. She was told that she was stupid and wouldn't amount to anything and wouldn't live up to anything and wouldn't be able to be on her own. And then was told later that that's a part of self-reliance, is, her parents were like, I'm going to break you down so the world can't break you, which I hate how, there are aspects of that make sense. There are ways to where that makes sense. How they decided that was their entire worldview and mindset is not good.
There's no excuse for something like that. Yeah, that breaks a child's innocence and general, joyful demeanor.
Yeah, I'm going to make it to where nothing in the world will be around you. But the problem is, if you break something, it never fully fixes. Like, you break two pieces of metal in half, yeah, you can weld it back, it's never going to have the strength of one contiguous piece.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have to put 5 other pieces on top of it to give it that strength. But some people don't do that. Some people think, oh, it just got welded back together. It has the same strength as it did before. No, it doesn't, and it's the same with a person. You have to reinforce that. You have to give them support.
Yeah. I got deeply philosophical there. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And to think that the next thing I was going to talk about was your Gran Turismo video.
Yeah. That's actually, I think, my most disliked by percentage video so far. Also because I didn't do the conclusion as well as I probably could have. That's, out of all my videos, to be honest, that is my most probably rushed video, to be completely fair.
Really?
Not that I was like rushing because I wanted to get a video out, but it's one of those... That's the first time when I hit that... Have you ever had that artistic crunch? Where, like, you're so close to finishing something that you're just like, yes, I'm just going to go ahead and run through it and finish up everything, and I'm going to be done, and then I'll have my finished good thing.
All the time, dude.
Yeah, that was the first video where I did that, but I didn't account for how that would affect the quality of it. Every other time I've hit that final run crunch, I've slowed it down and been like, okay, this is what needs to be done for this to still hit all the points I wanted. Now I can get into the finishing up crunch mindset. That I basically just speed ran through. That's why the last 10 minutes of that video are a lot more unfocused and rambly and don't really get to the point properly, and I recorded it at 2 a.m. in the morning when everyone was asleep and I was kind of sick, which is why the GT7 section sounds like I'm whispering into the mic, because I was, and it's just all not great. At least in my opinion.
I mean, like we said earlier, you're your own worst critic, right? Because I loved that video. I thought it was great because I watched it immediately after the Dirt video, and I think that video was very interesting to me from the standpoint that Gran Turismo, much like Dirt, grew and grew in quality and popularity. And I was going to ask you about this because maybe... I think you talked about it in your video, but I would like you to elaborate on it more. It seems that Gran Turismo 4, which apparently, would you say, was that the best release, you think?
That's my personal favorite and the general, at least current consensus on what the best is. It's similar to a Most Wanted, actually, in that it wasn't even considered the best at the time, but retroactively it has been given that label, taken with where the series is currently at in perspective.
Okay. And that kind of ties in with what I was going to ask then, because it's like, does Gran Turismo 4 hit the point of maximum yield where, like, past Gran Turismo 3, you hit the point of diminishing returns, Gran Turismo 4 gets peak, and then GT5 onward, it starts the decline of negative returns? That's kind of how I interpreted the video. I don't know if you'd agree with that necessarily. Is there, like, a way you could elaborate on that? Like, maybe... Does Gran Turismo kind of fit that?
Yeah, I'd say more or less. It's, to be fair, there's a single word in that title that people seem to forget whether they like the modern Gran Turismos or not, and that is slow. I titled it specifically The Slow Deterioration of Gran Turismo, because Gran Turismo is one of those series that changes at a glacier's pace compared to something like Need for Speed. Like, you compare Gran Turismo 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, that is 13 years of history. In those same 13 years, you went from Need for Speed Hot Pursuit to Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. With Underground, Underground 2, Carbon Most Wanted, the First Shift, Nitro, and all of those in between. All of those are so much different from each other, but GT1 through 5... especially in terms of concept, how they approach the cars and the music and the vibe, really isn't all that different in those 13 years.
I guess it wins points for consistency then, huh?
Right, but it's like, Need for Speed is what happens when you change all the time. Gran Turismo is what happens when you change none of the time. And there's pros and cons to both. Yes, there's a lot of consistency there, and if you do like that formula, yes, you probably will still like all of them, but you can also get burned out on seeing the same thing every time, and if someone doesn't like the initial Gran Turismo formula, then they also probably won't like it 15 years later.
Yeah, you don't want your games to become a you played one, you've played them all type deal.
Right, and to a certain extent, Gran Turismo does suffer from that. Not completely, because yes, there are differences, improvements, and changes, but in the mind of some people, and to an extent me, that is the case.
Alrighty. The next video that I want to talk about is it you're comfortable with this format, right? This whole going video by video, talking in depth about it all.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I just like giving you the ability to really be proud about your work, talk about it. Just
was there any more you wanted about the GT video specifically?
I'm not too sure. Mostly because it is one of those games that I really want to play. It's just an interesting franchise because it's interesting to note how it has slowly deteriorated over time, and that most likely I would only play up to 4 and not play past that. Maybe I'd play what was the spin-off game? Sport?
Yeah, Sport. Because the thing that I wanted to put in that final conclusion is that Sport and 7 are great racing simcades. Like they're a great experience if you want that semi-realistic track-focused racing game, but that they're not good Gran Turismos. They don't hit the same note of vibes and progression and car collection that the first 6 games did. That's the bit that I really wanted to put at the end of that video that I didn't end up putting in the end. Or at least not as well explained as that.
So it doesn't adhere to Gran Turismo's core identity as well as they probably should have?
Right. Because some people call the Gran Turismo games boring, and I'm like, I don't think you've properly sat down for a few hours at a time and played them. And even when it comes to Gran Turismo 4, like, Gran Turismo 4 isn't a perfect game, and I got some people who commented saying that they perfectly understood whenever I said, it's one of those games where the menus might be a little bit slow, and the sense of speed isn't the best, and the license test can get really annoying, but when you sit down with the game, you go through a license test, you build up a little car, and then you're at, like, your 3rd championship, you go, I get it. I understand now. This is the vibe that this game is trying to portray, and then you could be locked in for 5 hours in it.
I think that constitutes a problem that I see in a lot of gaming culture, and I guess now would be a good time to bring it up and run it by you, is that, especially in racing games, it's... How do I really put this? There's a large amount of people, I think, from my own observations, and this is probably from my mostly narrow perspective, but there's a lot of people that I've seen who they don't allow the game to take them in. It's kind of the same way that people watch movies or read books or listen to music, I think, where if you're going into the mindset that you're probably not going to like it, the chances of your mind being changed is low, and you have to allow the atmosphere and everything that the piece of media can offer you to envelop you and allow that to take over for long enough to just understand it. And then you can, I guess, be as critical as you want to be about it. But I think it's difficult. A lot of people, especially, and maybe this is just my observation of the new generation upcoming, right? The Gen Alpha, and then I guess this year marks the start of Generation Beta, from what I've been reading on the internet. So we've got a new generation that's starting. There's this thing that I've noticed in a lot of younger kids, and I know this because I've got a lot of siblings, so I see it in them, that it's difficult for it's difficult to get to allow yourself to be enveloped in an environment when you only know what you know and you don't want to know anything else.
Right. And that's always kind of been a problem for people, but it becomes more of a problem whenever you don't have a lot of experience with things.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's weird because I remember my dad showing me pretty much everything he could when I reached certain ages and stuff when it came to movies or music or video games and stuff like that. And I would always enjoy it because I was taught to allow all of that to filter through my mind and envelop me, and I allowed a story to take me somewhere. I allowed my emotions to be pulled by what happened in a piece of music or something like that, right? Stuff like that doesn't... I noticed that, and maybe this is just because I grew up on different things as opposed to my siblings, but my siblings especially, when I tried to show them a certain show that my dad raised me on, I showed it to my younger brothers, and they were so dead bored of it that they quit by like episode 3 because they couldn't sit through the long draw and the world building and the slow character exposition, which is, I guess, understandable because the show is an 80s anime and stuff like that. It's difficult. The stories and the tropes were still developing at that time, I think, but
Right.
my brothers couldn't sit through certain stuff because they found it to be super boring, and they didn't allow themselves to get enveloped into the story as much as I did. And I wonder if that's a generational thing. I wanted to know your thoughts on it, really, but is it a generational thing? Is it just an upbringing thing? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was gonna say. I think it is more down. You can call this a generational thing because technically it is, but it's not inherent to a generational person. A person of that generation is not always going to be like that. And that's why I say it's more of an upbringing thing, because my first thought was, okay, who was it that was their main figure in life that should or could have taught them to be more appreciative of those kind of things or open to those kind of ideas, and what happened that meant they didn't do that?
Interesting.
Because in a lot of cases, that's what I see is, they're not interested in anything I have to say to them. Oh, they don't care about what I want to show them. Well, what did you do that made it to where they weren't interested in it? What didn't you show them, or what did you show them that turned them off of it? Or, like, did you approach it with the same tact as the people who showed you?
That really strikes at my insecurity of, like, wanting to be a good older brother. But that's a real question, and that is, like a genuinely good thing to ask, because it's like, I mean...
Right.
For as much of a good older brother as I want to be, I don't want to be one that's, like, really, I don't know, pushy and stuff like that. And then I've made mistakes where, like, I've introduced them to stuff at, like, too young of an age. Like, I was really excited to show one of my younger brothers Need for Speed Rivals because I was like, oh, I grew up on this game and you're gonna love it. And I showed it to him, and he's like, it was so vastly different from everything that he had played up to that point that he couldn't get into it. And he's like, this is not for me, at least for right now. And I felt so bad about that because I was so excited to finally show him something. And I had to really force myself to not take that personally, because it's not, it was less me and more so just, well, it was me, I guess, because I was like really, really pushy about it, I guess. But,
yeah. And that's like how I think about how I got into things whenever I was younger. Like I said, I had been playing racing games since I was like 2 or 3. That came from whenever I was younger, I played with stuff like Hot Wheels and other car toys, and I liked monster trucks and that kind of thing. That was what I was into when I was really little, because that was the kind of stuff I was given by my dad, my dad is my biggest influence when it comes to being into cars and games, and even a lot of my music taste. He is the biggest influence on that. Because at the earliest age, he showed me those kind of things. He showed me the stuff that he liked. He showed me car magazines. He showed me the Hot Wheels collections that he had made. And he got me into those things. So then he showed me his racing games. He showed me those kind of things. And because, to a certain extent, I was already in the mindset, or even if you want to call it conditioned to like those kind of things, that was something that immediately appealed to me because it was already building on knowledge and preferences that I had.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the same with me with a lot of stuff. I mean, mostly music, though, because I was much more of a music kid than anything, so.
Right. That's the weirdest bit for me. My entire family is, like, full of musicians, and yet music was not a major part of my life until I was almost 15.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I
that's the
was
weird bit. I didn't even know people in my family were musicians until I was like 12 or 13, when my cousin started playing guitar, and then I learned both my granddads were guitarists. My dad played guitar, bass, and drums. My mom did piano. My grandmother took singing lessons at like our church. Now my stepdad, he played in a bunch of bands and stuff. My uncle, he's in metal bands and things, and I'm like, why did none of you tell me this? Like, music has been around, but like, it was always kind of a background thing. It was always kind of just not important, because no one was doing it while I was around, I guess. Like, right when I was born, everyone had just stopped, pretty much. At least as far as I can tell, up until roughly my cousin, who was like 13 or 14 at the time, got his first acoustic guitar. That's when I started learning that I had tons of musicians in the family.
I guess you just got a case of the unlucky timing.
Yeah. To be fair, that was also whenever my music taste started to actually evolve past the most... not great at the time. I'd say my music taste before the age of 13 consisted of classic rock radio, 80s pop tunes, Eurobeat, and video game soundtracks. So...
I mean, hey, that's not bad. I mean, I know a lot of kids who grew up on like YouTube Nightcore and stuff, so...
Yeah, I mean, every now and then I would listen to that, but that was usually other friends of mine at that time sending me that stuff, and I'd just listen to be like, huh.
Yeah.
And to be fair, some of that stuff I still listen to now. Like, there are a lot of that 80s pop music I listen to, a lot of that classic rock I listen to. I'll put on Eurobeat sometimes when I'm racing, and I use video game soundtracks in all of my videos. So, like, I still enjoy a lot of that music, but it's also a good thing to expand your taste outside of that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to get into hip-hop and rap and stuff like that for a long time, and I've never really gotten into it. I haven't found my tipping point yet, because I never enjoyed the dialect. I never enjoyed how much cussing there was. I never enjoyed the subject matter. And as one who was, like, I guess, sort of classically trained in music, I was always, and still kind of am, very irritated by the nature of it not having very much melodic intricacy. It's very it's very rhythmic music, and I find that at a certain point I find that really boring. So
that's the funny thing is, I saw a video not that long ago from one of my favorite music YouTubers who was saying the video was, in a slightly clickbaity way, was titled, "Yes, music is getting simpler." And the thing was, he literally, I don't know if it was Berkeley, but it was one of like the music colleges, that he found a study and talked with the researcher who did it, who found that, yes, music is getting simpler in melody. Melody is getting simpler in popular music, or like top 10 music, like what's normally played on radio and top Spotify playlists. It is getting simpler. Rhythmic complexity is not. It's getting more complex. There's more going on in the rhythm section, which makes sense when you think about the biggest kinds of music that's out there right now. There's, whether it's hip-hop or reggaeton or different kinds of things, that is the big sound of current popular music. It's all built around rhythm. It's almost entirely built around rhythm, rather than, say, older, whether it's crooner music, soul, early rock music, the 60s pop music, whether it's that the ladies' music or bubblegum pop, whatever, is built around melody. It's built around playing certain lines on the keyboard or on the guitar, and that being the basis for the entire song. And I like both approaches. I've found things to like in both approaches to it, but also I like whenever they do both. I like hearing a rock song with a really interesting drum pattern or bass part, or hearing a rap song where you can hear the strings swell in the background and that kind of thing. I like both, but the average listener doesn't. They prefer to have one or the other most of the time.
Yeah. I guess it all depends on who you're trying to appeal to or something like that.
Right. And I already know what maximum complexity looks like, because there was a phase for about a year where I was big into Jacob Collier. And that's what happens when you just go, fuck it, what if we just do everything?
Yeah.
And so I already know what the maximum possible complexity look like, and also you can include stuff like math rock, like Polyphia and Tosin and that kind of stuff. Like, that's like, when you hit maximum complexity, I'm like, that is cool as a sonic experiment. As
Yeah.
music that I want to put on myself and have a listen to, or make myself. I mean, I might take some elements from that, but that is not what I would want to hear or make.
I think the funny part is that the bands like that, like Animals as Leaders or Tosin or Polyphia, is very much, yes, it's very much a proof of concept. That's very much what it sounds like. They probably wouldn't admit to that, but it very much sounds like just proof of concept music. But I think the reason it's so popular is that it finally gives somewhere for music nerds to go. And I say finally as if they never have, but they're popular because
like,
it
the
really
internet
shows
has done
just
a
how
lot
many
for music nerds.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's done a lot for nerds in general, but like it's really given the nerds areas to like go to and be like, oh yeah, this is so cool. And I listen to it and I'm like, uh-huh.
Yeah.
The most I can get in my own head is stuff like Meshuggah, where it's polyrhythmic in the sense that you've got different rhythms over 4/4, but everything is really 4/4, and that's about it for me, because past that point, I can't count. I can learn how to. I haven't gotten there yet, and I don't have plans to yet because A, I'm too busy, but B, also it's just so much for my brain to take in. So.
Right. And you want to know something that a lot of, like, really skilled musicians that are, like, quote-unquote underground won't admit?
What?
People like hooks. People like hooks. People like hearing good-sounding melody and rhythm lines that they can just sing or tap their foot to and not have to worry about it. Even if you're the most, the only good music is so-and-so, and it's only everything with a 1, 4, 5, 6 progression is the worst music ever, and if it doesn't have a guitar, you like hooks. You want to hear something that just sounds nice in music.
Well, yeah,
and
it gives your imagination somewhere to go. I mean, that's why there's all this guilty pleasure music where people who like really complex stuff won't admit that they like really simple, like silly stuff, right?
Right. And it's the same reason why, and I'll give 2 good examples, it's the same reason why the average just like guitar listening enjoyer would probably have a better time with something like the best licks from John Mayer than they would from Tim Henson. And it's the same reason why, like, real big hip-hop heads would rather listen to Kendrick Lamar than Cannabis. Cannabis can rap 50 lines in a row, all rhyming with crazy rhythm and triple-double entendres, and no one cares. And Tim Henson can alternate pick and do like 15 different ghost notes in a 13/15 polyrhythm, and then harmonics down 5 different bits of the neck, and I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
I just want to listen to something that sounds good, that has a hook, that has a purpose, that has a point.
Also, that has some heart, because I don't find heart in Polyphia's music because of all its sonic experiment type of attitude.
That is true, but then there's also the people who act like complexity removes the heart from music, and that's also not right either.
Well, of course, yeah, I know. It's just, some people just, the line gets blurred or just isn't met and stuff like that, so.
Right, because what I like to see sometimes is someone who has, like, that simpler, what I really like is someone who takes a simple bass and has complex flourishes or complex licks or lines, like, it's a simple rock song, but the solo has like this really cool pentatonic lick, and they use the harmonics in just the solo, and it really goes. Or the bass player near the end of the 4th bar, he did like this really cool fill, and then they drop right back into the groove. Or he was rapping in like that really cool cadence, and then he hit that like 16 bar line where he was just going light speed with it, and then dropped right back into the hook. That kind of stuff really gets to me because you made it both complex and accessible at the same time just by doing both, just not at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's the balance to be struck with a lot of people's brains, and I mean that's the kind of thing that I have yet to really find in music like that. I don't know, I get my fix on metal because it saps out
Right.
my anger, it gives it somewhere to go, and also I love the sound, so...
And that's the weird bit to me, is metal is the one, basically the only genre at this point, or at least major genres in circles that I'm in, that I am yet to crack into yet. Like, all the other ones I have at least some foothold in. Yet, metal, at least outside of the ones that I grew up with, I haven't found like an inflection point to really get me into it yet. And I know a lot of metalheads. Like, my dad's a metalhead, my uncle is, a bunch of my friends from work, a bunch of my friends online. Like, I'm even doing a metal jam session with my uncle and a buddy of his from work in, like, the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. Or is that, we were talking about that the other day, right? Like, just trying to figure out, like, what songs to play or something.
It's not even just what songs. I wanted to try and get a vibe of, like, what kind of stuff could be asked of me, so I know what kind of mindset to put myself in.
Well, you can't go wrong with Metallica and Black Sabbath, so...
Yeah, fair.
To bring it back to the your excellent YouTube channel, the next video that I wanted to talk about, which is weird because I don't know very much about this franchise, and I don't know. I've basically never heard of it up until I watched your video on it, and I still don't know too much about it. It's Midnight Club.
Yeah.
And I hear everybody talk about it as this great big classic surrounding itself with, franchises like Need for Speed and Gran Turismo and all that. And I know basically nothing about it other than that it's just a racing game. And I don't know too much other than that. I found your video very entertaining, but I don't know anything about the game. So, like, can you talk to me about it?
To be honest, I will be honest for a second. I think Midnight Club is the most dichotomous to where you are in terms of, like, style and what I think you're experienced with in racing games. It's basically the polar opposite of that.
Okay, what?
Okay, still within the arcade racing genre, because I don't know how much you've played with sim racers, but, like, based on what
Basically
I know you
none.
like... Yeah. But, like, in keeping with it being arcade racing games, it's basically as far away from what I can think of that you've experienced when it comes to racing games. With the exception of maybe, like, some of the more damage-focused ones, like a burnout or a flatout. Actually, no, even those share in common with stuff like Rivals. But Midnight Club has, like, a bunch of specifics to its gameplay and style that would be very unique. Like, you'd have to kind of experience them to fully get what it is that's different about them. Like, taking the driving, for instance, I don't think there's another racing game that is as snappy and immediate as Midnight Club 2 and 3. Like, those are games where your car turns on a dime, and that might make you think, oh, it'll just be easy because I can just turn every corner stupidly fast. Yeah, you're gonna hit about 17 walls, 13 traffic cars, and roll over 3 opponents when you do that. Because, and I make this comparison in the video, the maps in Midnight Club games are built like a bullet hell. They're built in ways that you have to be locked in and paying attention every moment of the game to go around the map and go around the race as fast as possible. And you have to be 100% focused. That's why those are known as some of the hardest racing games out there.
I noticed that watching your video was that the maps felt very claustrophobic compared to what I have grown with, like, as you said, like Rivals 2015-ish, but then, like, the only other racing game I had played at that time was Burnout Paradise, and so mostly
Right.
just Rivals is very open and freeing. You can do a lot of crazy stuff, and it's not nearly as punishing as Midnight Club looks. It looks really, like you said, freakishly. You just need to lock in, and that's something that it both intimidates me and intrigues me because I love games that force me to do that. I love games that force me to, like, just hunker down and really get good. That's why I like the Doom games so much, because Doom just throws everything it can at you, and it's great.
Yeah.
But it's in a racing game that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, even though it's what every game critic after like 2014 says, Midnight Club is the best contender for the Dark Souls of racing games.
Now that is wild.
Yeah, and also another thing is when it comes to that, like Rivals, the hardest bit about Rivals is the pursuit system. Like that's the bit that adds the most difficulty to that game. The hardest bit about Midnight Club is the map. The map will be your biggest enemy in that game. Because you have to not just learn the map, but you have to know what is the best possible way to maneuver between the buildings and the alleyways and the cars and the jumps and your opponents and the traffic to be able to fully even complete a race, let alone win a race. You have to be on point the whole time if you want to actually win the race.
So it's like Need for Speed 2015's Prestige mode, but worse. It's basically the only thing I can liken it to, because I don't know that much. I have so much experience with shooters, and I still have to play so many shooters, but I just haven't. I don't know very much about racing games at all, and I've always felt bad about it because I like watching them. I like cars from a like just watching, but I've never like done enough around them to know much. So.
Yeah, I think of the Midnight Clubs, the best one that for you to probably start with would be Midnight Club LA. Not just because it's the easiest, as in like the least difficult, but also because I think stylistically that one's probably going to be the one you like the most. Because that's also why I said it's dichotomous to everything, especially what we've just been talking about. Because Midnight Club is the most urban and the most hip-hop focused and the most like not in our normal background kind of game. Like that's not really what Midnight Club was focused around, which is kind of why I said that, because I don't know if you like a lot of the style that's in those games. Not like it's still I think like a PG-13 or a T-rated game, which is also what Need for Speed Most Wanted and a lot of those games are, but like it doesn't hit the same style as those. It has a very unique style, especially for that time.
Well, like I said earlier, I try to allow it to. I try to allow the atmospheres to envelop me. I have this very odd methodology when I review video games in my head, and hopefully when I make videos about them, because I really want to do proper videos. Is that I typically play through a game 3 times, and the first time I allow the atmosphere to like fully envelop me and just Jesus take the wheel almost in terms of vibe, and then. Second time, I'm as critical and focused as I possibly can be. I can be as nitpicky as I want to be. And then the third time, I just function normally, which is a bit of both. And I have the most fun I can with it in a natural sense and not necessarily forcing myself to go one way or the other. Because I often find that people's first playthroughs of things wind up forming such strident opinions that then later change over time. And I have this very weird belief that my opinions will basically never change about things if I just approach it right. It's probably really stupid, but
yeah,
I have this weird notion that I want to be able to take in every single detail I possibly can, because I'm just that kind of way. I'm a very detail-oriented person. I'm super hyper-focused on these like little things too, but it makes or breaks things for me a lot of the time, which has its benefits and detriments, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm a similar kind of way. That's also why I recommended Midnight Club LA, because both in terms of physics and style, it's the closest to what you'll be familiar with. Because that one also has a lot more rock and metal tracks on the soundtrack and that kind of thing. Like it has Disturbed and Eagles of Death Metal and that kind of stuff on it as well.
Nice.
And you can even that one actually. I don't know about the other games in the Midnight Club series, but that one has it to where even you can select what songs on the soundtrack get played, and so you could even just like set up an in-game playlist of all the songs you like.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it just functions like a normal radio station. It just rolls through them randomly, and like that was one of my favorite things to do as a kid. You can even make like a favorites list, and you can just like all the songs, and then just set it to only play from that list. And yeah,
nice.
And because it's Rockstar, and Rockstar puts up insane money for music, see every GTA game, that is the only racing game that has over 100 licensed songs.
Whoa, that's absurd.
Yeah, most of the Need for Speeds from around that era had like 20 or 30.
Yeah,
I think Unbound and Heat have maybe 60 now, and I'm talking about a game from 2008.
Man, that is wild. And they can fit it all in that game package. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's some slight compression, but like MP3s have sounded good since like 256 kilobits, so...
Yeah. So, could you explain to me, because, once again, as an outsider, I know nothing about any of this, why does Forza have 2 sub-brands?
Okay, Microsoft and Sony have been in a bitter war since 2001, called the Console Wars, where they became the front runners. Because originally the Console Wars was between Sega and Nintendo. That was the 80s and 90s console war, was Sega and Nintendo. Then in the 2000s, Nintendo started kind of doing its own thing, and since the mid-90s, PlayStation became the biggest console. So then everyone tried competing with PlayStation. Then in 2001, Xbox entered the console market, and because Nintendo was kind of doing their own thing, and Nintendo was the biggest player, Xbox and PlayStation became the console wars. That was the 2000s console wars and into the 2010s. Now, what that meant was consoles live and die by exclusives, which I imagine... I'm kind of repeating some stuff, but if this is for a video project, it makes sense to elaborate on it. Like, consoles get sold on exclusives. That's what they move consoles with, is exclusives. And the best-selling game on the PS1 was Gran Turismo 1. And the second best-selling game on the PS2 was Gran Turismo 3. And seeing that their biggest exclusive franchise was a racing game, Microsoft was like, we gotta make a racing game. So, they did that. They took one of their studios, if I remember correctly, they basically built a new studio, if I remember right. That was, I think, from some of the Fable team and a couple other spots that they had. And they took that team, and they made a racing game. And that was the first Forza Motorsport.
Okay. So Horizon is more of an expansion of Motorsport, or...?
Kind of. How Horizon came about, I still don't 100% know, because Microsoft isn't good at putting out publicly, like, the process behind their stuff, especially when it comes to Xbox. But, from what I can tell, they kind of, especially because that was the point where people were starting to get tired of Gran Turismo, they saw the motorsport side as a success. So they were like, what if we took... Because the Simcade market is not nearly as big as the arcade market when it comes to racing games. Especially, like, the kind of area that Grid and Dirt and Gran Turismo fit into, it was big, but Mario Kart and Need for Speed were bigger. So they were like, we want to enter into the arcade racer market because there's more potential there. So they took the Forza Motorsport engine, softened it up some, and added it to that open world that had become the thing to do when it comes to arcade racers. See Midnight Club, Burnout Paradise, all the Need for Speeds of the last decade, that kind of thing. And that's why there's 2 different brands of it.
Okay. So Motorsport is more of the Sim/Simcade, and then Horizon is like arcade.
Yeah, pretty much.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The Forza Motorsport video was a pretty interesting one, because it's, once again, talking about Forza, but it's this, let me look at my notes here, because I had notes.
Yeah.
Imagine having notes for a off-the-cuff interview. What a mad lad. It's confusing to me how there's so many bugs in the later games, and I was thinking about it while I was watching the end of the Motorsport video, and it appears to suffer, and maybe I'm wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but it appears to suffer from the same problem that I observe a lot of shooter games suffering from, which is the problem of live service disease.
Yeah.
There's this notion that like you can get away with releasing something pretty cruddy and then slowly fixing stuff over time while still microtransactioning the thing out of your game, and then but at the same time, like, not even all of the stuff could eventually get fixed. Like, there are games, of course, that were released in horrible states that now are either mostly fixed or fixed now, but at the time it was an embarrassment of a release. See the Halo Master Chief Collection, right?
Yeah, the Master Chief Collection, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk 2077, all those are good examples.
Yep. I'm actually really worried that the new Doom game might come out like that too, because Doom has basically never had that problem ever. It's one of those franchises that's remained mostly untainted by live serviceness and general quality of life. So I'm hopeful that the new Doom game comes out actually polished, because the last two have, and they were great. So
yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about those.
Yeah, pretty much all the Doom games are good, really. Except maybe Doom 3, but the Doom 3 is more different than bad.
Yeah, that's the one I've heard the most, like, negative, or at the very least middling about.
It's middling, yeah, because it's much more of a semi-horror shooter, but still retaining the boomer shooter element, and it works. It alongside Rage, it was a tech demo, really, for id's new engine, and that was pretty much it. And it wasn't at the time it was a disappointment. Now it's just one of those things where it's like, it was okay. And it's the only Doom release to ever be like, it was okay. But
yeah,
because all the other ones, like the first Doom games, the expansion packs, Doom 64, and of course the modern games, they're great. But I wonder if Motorsport and as a result, I guess most of these other larger franchises perhaps suffer from the live service disease, because it seems weird that the later Motorsport games don't deliver on a lot of promises. They don't function very well, the bugs and stuff, right? And I guess this was true with Horizon too, right? Is that it's very cheap. And I always thought that it was like, the fact that Forza was split into two sub-brands and it was very difficult to maintain. That might be part of it. I have no idea. Probably isn't. But
it is to a certain extent, but it's also more complicated.
Yeah. So I don't know. What do you think about the live service epidemic as a whole then is my main question then, which is inspired by the Motorsport video, but it's not necessarily tied to it. It's like, what do you think about live service games and their dwindling acceptance as a viable tactic for developers?
My next video is actually going to be kind of relating to this, but when it comes to that specifically, it all really depends on how it's approached. Because again, like, there are examples of live service games that were horrendous at the start, but that were built into what is now a great experience. Like, they can be played and enjoyed for hours upon hours because they actually added in content and added in features and built the game up. Rather than what I see a lot of live service models being, which is, it almost feels like the team is a tenth the size that it was while they were developing the game. Like, they don't have anyone actually developing the updates they put in. They're just putting in more content for the consumer, just so they don't miss out on anything. The worst thing as well is FOMO content. Like, content that's limited time. Like, you have to come back into the game every week or every 2 weeks to get the new content.
Battle Pass stuff or the challenges and all that.
Yeah, a Battle Pass, all that kind of stuff. That's literally just made to keep Steam numbers up and make it, look, guys, look, we're keeping all the players interested. And I'm like, are you really, though? Are they really interested? Just turning the game on and playing for 30 minutes isn't interesting. It's just a chore.
Yeah. And I don't want my video game to become a chore. I want it to be cool, I want to choose to go I want to choose to go and play my game rather than think that I need to for some juvenile reason. It's really weird that way. Because then it's like, I guess it's also the thing where it live service games seem to function worse. Maybe just from my own observation, they function worse when there's single player compatibility as well. Like for a multiplayer only kind of game, I would vaguely understand why live service would be a viable strategy. Like, take like Counter-Strike, right? Just a multiplayer only thing. But with a game that has campaigns in it, right, or a series of games that has campaigns in it, why would the live service thing be necessary at all? It just doesn't make sense to me.
There's also another component of it, which is what people on the internet call like a dead game. People will see, because this is how most games are, people will see a player number spike when the game comes out, and then drop to under 20% of that, and they'll just go, oh, dead game. Because it's not at near where it was during the peak of its popularity. And that's not... Yeah, that's not what that means. That's not at all what that means. There are some people who beat the game day one and are like, I will come back to this eventually, or I got my fill of it, and I'm good. But they fully experienced the game. And when it comes to single-player experiences, player count doesn't really matter when it comes to single-player games.
Yeah.
Like, it really doesn't, because that's not what affects your gameplay or experience of it. That's just how many people are playing it at that exact moment. Now, with online games, you can debate more that is decently important, especially when it comes to lobbies and filling up slots and things. That is a component of it. Like, I imagine Concord wasn't a great experience in its last couple days, but still.
I forgot about that game.
Most people did.
That existed.
Yeah, most people did.
I like how that will perpetually be the joke game where it's just like everyone forgets that it exists until somebody makes a joke about it and they're like, oh yeah!
That was the thing. I got nothing but ads for it for 3 months straight and never once thought about downloading it.
Wow.
To be fair, I mean, hero shooters aren't really my thing, but like, if I was going to, it was gonna be something like Overwatch over that. Or even like Apex, probably. No, I've played a bit of Apex, actually. Not recently, but like in middle school I played some Apex.
Oh, cool. That's one game I haven't actually played yet. I've been thinking about playing, but I don't know. I've got so many games on my list.
Yeah, same.
I mean, shoot. I got like Phasmophobia and Lethal Company for the sole purpose of playing it with friends, and I have no friends to play it with, so...
Yeah.
Oh, too bad for me. Okay, so there was a thing that you said, to move on a bit, to your second Forza Horizon video was really good because it addresses the idea of a racing game not necessarily being a racing game anymore and more like how do I put this? A cultural experience where racing is a medium of communication, but not the focus.
Yeah.
I hope I have that accurately.
Either that or just like in the basic form, it's just like a car sandbox, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the Gmod of the racing world.
Right. This kind of also ties in with the AC video, but I'll get to that as well.
Oh, yeah. The Assetto Corsa. But the question that you had, the definition of what makes a racing game is really interesting because it was the first time I had ever heard anyone actually talk about like what the definition of a racing game, because you asked the question and I genuinely like paused the video before you answered it to think about it, because I was like, wait, I've never actually thought about that before. It's mostly just vibes.
Yeah.
And like you said, most people just say it's just vibes, and I was like, oh my gosh, you read my mind. Whoa. Anyways.
Yeah.
How did you come to that definition necessarily? Because it's a very apt definition and it's a very good one, I think. How did you get to that point?
The one of like at least 50% of the time the player spends in the game is racing?
Yeah, because it also takes into account stuff that a lot of people would say is like, yes, it's a racing game, but it's also like a party game. Like we'd had the conversation a while back about how Mario Kart is seen by a general racing community as in the same way that Smash Brothers is seen by the fighting game community, where people write it off because it's a party game or it's a child's game or stuff like that, when it's still a racing game.
Yeah. I'd say it's Okay, in one part of my mind, it was just me trying to come up with a definition of it and thinking about, like, what I personally consider racing games that fits that sort of definition, and also thinking about just, like, other categories of things and how they're graded. Like, the wording of that was actually inspired by, like, how the Grammys talk about genre categories. Like, in the Grammys, they have, like, all the different genre awards, like, best pop album, best metal album, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's worded so it's, if I remember correctly, like, more than 50% of the production of said album has to be within the genre conventions of the category. Something like that. And that's where some of that wording came into play, was that kind of thinking of, it doesn't always have to be 100% a thing. Like, especially when it comes to modern stuff, a lot of stuff mixes different ideas together, which I do like to see a lot of the time, but that means that it's never going to be 100% one thing. I just think it would be classed as that thing if at least 50% of it is that, or at least its main classification, because you can stick all kind of labels on different stuff, but the main thing that it is should be what the majority of it is.
Yeah. And it's good that you make that distinction, right, with stuff like GTA, where racing is a part of the game, but it's not, it's not the game.
Right, and that's why I also, like with GTA, I say GTA is like the most open kind of sandbox because you can do a lot of stuff in it. There's some people that I know that use it as a navigation sim and just do nothing but fly planes all day. There's some people who do nothing but build maps and treat it like a Lego set or like Gmod Sandbox. There's some people who treat it like Halo, like an FPS or like a team-based FPS, and there's some people who play the entire game like it's Payday 2 and just do the heist missions all day. And then there's the racers. There's people who just do nothing but race in the game, and for them, they spend more than 50% of their time doing racing, so it's a racing game for them.
It's really interesting. That's probably the part of GTA that makes it so difficult for me to want to get into it, because on the one hand I really want to get into it because everyone talks about it, but then on the other hand there's so much to do and there's so many things and so many different facets of it all that I find it a little strange to get into. It's like, am I supposed to play it one way or the other? Is there a right and wrong way to do this? Like, what am I doing?
Well, that's what GTA really excels at. That's what I like about some of my favorite other sandbox games, is GTA has a story and a campaign that you can just go... If you want something linear and structured, GTA has that. You want something unconventional and open and freeing, GTA also has that. So what I say is the best way to experience those games is just go play the story, go play the campaign, go see all the funny characters and their dialogue and all the crazy things that happen, and then once you're done with that, or even if you get bored in the middle of that, go do something else. Go steal a car and explode it into a bridge, or go find out what happens when you run into the military base and you get decimated by a literal tank, or hop in online and just see what people are doing. And you can just do that. And then you can hop right back into the story and continue with the narrative if you were engrossed in that, or even if you weren't.
I will make note of that, and I will definitely do that when I get the opportunity.
Because that's basically how I play those games.
Oh. Of course, I'm going to have to stifle my... I have this really weird thing where I really want to experience the game in all the ways possible and like play it on all the original hardware, because I love emulation, but I also really love original hardware. So I just want to buy all the consoles that it originally came on, which is probably one of the more impractical things to do from a financial standpoint.
just a little bit, yeah.
Just
I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
with sandbox games, you can't really experience every way that a sandbox game is played, because the point of it is you have almost infinite ways to play it.
Yeah, I think that's what made Minecraft so difficult for me to play, because I tried to find something linear to do, and it wound up being so open to the point where, like, it's good, it's a great game. It just wasn't for me because I wanted to be told what to do. I wanted a direction, and I wanted a purpose. I didn't want to, like, necessarily make my own purpose, quote unquote.
The closest you were going to get to that is, like, the advancements in survival mode. That's basically the closest you were going to get from a linear progression in Minecraft.
Yeah. I guess that because I leave my brothers to play Minecraft and Terraria all day, and I just kind of like I'm just like, okay, that's cool. I don't know.
Yeah.
Since we are talking about GTA, that kind of does tie in nicely with your Rockstar video, which is very different from most of your other videos from the sense that it's not necessarily about racing games anymore. It's just about
right.
Well, it's just about a whole brand, and it's very interesting because I hear a lot about Rockstar and their good games, mostly GTA and Red Dead Redemption, but there's a lot of good stuff. And it's from an era that I never really got to experience because I was born either on the tail end of it, or once I got into video games, it was kind of too late to experience all that fresh. So
right. And that's kind of the same case for me because I didn't experience the majority of those games either growing up. Like, the only ones that I had any kind of experience with was the 2 Midnight Clubs, but basically all the rest of those, that was my first times going through them.
I forget that we're about the same age, yeah.
Yeah. I even made the joke in the video that, like, the last 2 games are the only 2 that were younger than me.
Right, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of stuff like that now that I think about it.
I made some people feel really old with that.
All the comments are like, oh my gosh, you made me feel so dated and old. Why did you do that?
I just respond with, yes.
Yes, you are old. Deal with it.
Yes. You should feel old now.
Boom. It's an hour-long video on a classic brand, I think. What do you think about the upcoming arrival, hopefully, right, of GTA 6?
Like a lot of those type of caliber of games, although it's hard to even pinpoint, because people have thrown around the term. I think the only game that will actually hit a quadruple A status will be GTA 6. That's the only game I can think of that will actually be of the level of, like, both graphically and depth-wise that people would class to be a quadruple A game.
That is quite the title.
Yeah, because people have thrown that, like, Ubisoft threw that on one of their whatever titles not that long ago, and that's... Yeah, having a team of a couple hundred spend 3 years on a game, that is a AAA game. That is firmly a mid-level AAA game. Rockstar is putting thousands of developers, $1 billion, and almost a decade of development behind this. That is a quadruple A game. That is the scale that can only happen in the current games industry, and after GTA 6, I don't think will happen again.
Unless it changes the landscape so like, it all depends on how well it's received. So, because of all the memes and the high hopes that have been running for years and years, this had better be worth the wait, first of all.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, even if it's good or bad, GTA 6 will sell a lot of copies. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad.
I think it'll just win, like, Game of the Year by default, right? So
yeah. The problem is, I don't know, and I kind of doubt that, at least in terms of the game itself, that it will be able to make back what they spent on it. And that's going to be the key factor, because the thing is, game development at the scale that it's been going towards has been becoming less and less viable as the years have gone on, which is why you see more people having to fill their games with microtransactions and that kind of thing. Like, most games at most AAA games at $60 or even $70 don't make back their cost with that price tag.
But that's so weird because, like, just going back even now, like, 14 years ago, Halo 3... Was it Halo 2 or Halo 3 that basically outdid every other piece of media? It was like 170 million in the opening week, which it outperformed every other media in just for that year. And, like, I have a very hard time for some reason perceiving that things just don't make a profit. It's just like, because, but maybe that's because of inflation, but also because, like, there's so much budget and it's like,
yeah, that's the difference there, is because whenever games of that scale came out in the mid-2000s, it was an event. That was something you had never seen before. No one had ever put that kind of scale and time into something like that. But after the Halos and the GTAs and basically all of the great games from the 7th gen came out, that's become the standard in a lot of places. That's become the expectation to have that kind of scale and depth and fidelity and all possible aspects, which, if everyone's doing that, it's not special anymore. You can't make those ludicrous profits off of that anymore, and the only team that's basically continued to be able to do that has been Rockstar, because they established that both by being one of the earliest and by being the best at it, arguably, throughout both the the GTAs and the Red Deads, always being absolute smash hits, and by still being really good games, like in a critical sense, that they've been able to hold on to that title. And that's why I think 6 will be kind of an inflection point, because now we're starting to see the cracks in that current AAA model with other studios, and if Rockstar can't make the money back on their insanely massive project, what chance does any other studio have?
It is weird, too, considering that, like you said, games used to be an event. Opening days used to be a thing because, and that's because everything was
you had people out in line in the streets. You had them. It's like the old Apple events. Who camps outside of an Apple store anymore for an iPhone 15 XR? You don't.
Well, it sucks because humans are ritualistic creatures. We like to make rituals and events out of things that matter to us, and I look back at videos of Halo 3's launch and the lines wrapped around the stores and the events, the sheer magnitude of people, the young men that were like lined up to play their favorite hero again and like finish the fight, right? And like it was a big deal. Everything was a big deal because we had the ability to do that. And now, because everything's digital and it's just going to be on PC anyway, right? There's and it's like there's no need for discs anymore from a financial or a fiscal standpoint, I suppose. It's just GTA 6 may not even have the magnitude of a launch day that people have been waiting for close to a decade, where it's like, are there going to be enough physical copies to line up outside a store for? Because if there's actually a line outside of a store for GTA 6, I will be impressed, because nobody does that for anything anymore. It's not going to be that way for Doom.
I think it's possible, but to be fair, like, GTA is arguably one of the biggest names in games. Like, it's in like I think if it's like the top 5 best-selling franchises. Because they've sold like hundreds of millions of copies, about half of which is just 5 by itself.
Yeah. It's just gonna be so weird because, like you said, this quadruple A release. And like you said too, like if they break even on the profits for this, I will be impressed, because how in the bloody heck do people expect? It is like quite the cost to throw $1 billion at a video game. Like, it's ludicrous to even throw a quarter of that even at a movie or a TV show. So it's like, man, this had better be good, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and well, that's also to do with the scale of Rockstar, because the thing is, I don't remember exactly where it was, I think it was a Nakey Jakey video saying that, like, the average AAA studio is something like 300 to 400 people working full-time or mostly full-time at a studio. Some of the smaller ones, like Bethesda, they might have 150 people working on their games. Like Criterion, that's technically a AAA studio, they've got 90 people that make their games.
Yeah, Valve has around like 200 people, I think.
Yeah. Rockstar, in the history of GTA 5, has had 6,000 different people work on it.
What?
Yeah, throughout the updates, throughout the years, throughout the changes in leadership, there have been 6,000 hands that have touched GTA 5.
I can't even fathom that many people working on a video game. That's hard to even put in my head.
Yeah, and granted, not all of those people, the majority of those people aren't even working at Rockstar anymore, because they've literally that game has been around for so long that people have come and gone from working on that. But there have been 6,000 different hands that have been on GTA 5, and there will probably in its history be around or at least that many working on GTA 6.
Man. It's gonna be a weird thing, like you said, an inflection point. I wonder how it'll shape the culture of video games going forward when it releases, and we start seeing numbers and people reacting and all the reviews that are going to come out of it, and like how long the game can really sustain itself in the world. Like, I certainly hope we don't get any dead game remarks like 3 months down the line.
I mean, there's probably going to be some, but people are just going to,
yeah, people are going to do what people are going to do, yeah.
It'll have hundreds, unless the server's completely shut down, it'll have hundreds of thousands of players months afterwards.
Yeah.
Because 5 still does. 5 still has millions of players, and it's been 11 years since that came out.
5 is never going to die. That's like saying Minecraft would die.
Yeah. Even after 6, it'll still take years.
The Burnin' Rubber video. A hilarious little thing.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to know that it started as a Flash game, because my experience with Flash games is very strange. It's mostly just like learning websites, like math websites, and then like battle games, like Castle Defense, and honestly, a computer version of Battleship.
Yeah.
Sorry. But it's really interesting because this is the when I learned that this game had weapon systems, I was like, oh, a game with weapon systems? Because, see, I have this very distinct memory where I had to do this school assignment for my parents, and I did it so well that I basically exceeded what they thought I was going to do. And so as a reward, my dad took me to Best Buy to get me a Wii game. And I picked Cars 2 because we recently got a movie for Christmas, and I saw it on the shelf at Best Buy, and I was like, Dad, Cars 2. And he was like, you want this one? And I'm like, yes. And so I got Cars 2. And that, up until I heard about Burning Rubber, that was the only game I had experienced with weapon systems as a core function of it, because, you know, Cars 2, the movie, it's a spy movie. It's got a ton of weapon systems. It's centered around, like, it's funny little cartoon combat and everything. And the game does a very good job of implementing all of the stuff and making it very engaging and entertaining, I think. So to hear...
Cars...
Sorry.
Cars 2 is the only Cars where I liked playing the game more than I did watching the movie.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so hearing about Burnin' Rubber, I was like, oh, weapon systems, how fun. I have to play it at some point. And then it seems like a game that was always, from the way that you talked about it in your video and the way I understood it, it was a game that always seems like it was in its prime and never really declined as much as some of the other series. Would you agree?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, like, people argue what, like, their favorite is and that kind of thing. But, like, there was never really, like... They're not the highest quality games, obviously. It was made by a team of 2 to 10 most of the time.
Yeah.
On, like, shoestring budgets and that kind of thing. But, like, they were... Pretty much all of them I've enjoyed playing, at least in some amounts. Especially for that Flash era. That was kind of stuff that I had never seen before.
Would you say then that like, with the small size of the development team and just the nice charm that it had as a small game, did that contribute to its success and its longevity as a whole, of like just not being so bogged down and corroded by what modern games tends to have nowadays, with like all the crazy silly stuff with the buzzwords of the microtransactions and all that we talk about with the big franchises? Burnin' Rubber just never seems to really suffer from. Do you think
to a certain extent, yes, but also, like, it is still limited by its relatively small audience. Like, that video was my worst performing video of the year because people just didn't know what Burnin' Rubber was, and still arguably don't in a lot of it, in most areas.
Yeah. Which was a shame, because it was a genuinely interesting video, and it sounds like really cool games that, like, people should pick up more. It's just...
Yeah. Like, that's the only time...
Sorry, what?
Like, that's the only time a game that I reviewed was so small that the development team's official social media account reposted my video.
Sorry, what'd you say? I couldn't hear.
Oh, that's the only time a game has been so small that I've reviewed that the team's official social media account reposted the video.
Oh, nice. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I guess it helps for the extra publicity, huh?
Yeah. I actually wanted to interview at least one of the main 2 developers for that game. But I don't
like
I didn't have like the
itself,
connect.
or?
Yeah, for that video, but I just didn't have the connections to it at that time.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe one day. Maybe you could like revisit it one day when you're like more popular enough to get the connections at some point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're still working on the 6th installment actually, so maybe like when that gets closer to releasing.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
And then Burnout, interesting franchise. Very much. When I think or hear of Burnout, I think of a Burnout Paradise remastered. I think because that's the one that I played with my uncle, and then it's. I remember it specifically for the jumps and the cool animations, and then also the strange way in which the game seems to incentivize you wrecking a lot of things. Because its focus on destruction is just awesome.
Yeah, that's what those games have always been the best in.
I think that enhances its sense of speed too. It's just because it amplifies the way that that you affect the world. I think.
Right.
But it made me think about it, and I have a weird question, because this question was inspired by the Burnout video, but it's not necessarily related to Burnout, and it's like, as dumb as this is going to sound, how important is a sense of speed and in a racing game, and does Burnout overdo it?
No, I don't think they overdo it, and I'd say it kind of depends on what exactly the game is about, but I'd say in general, a sense of speed is very much like, it's not a must-have, but it can elevate a game a lot that didn't have that much, basically. Like, my favorite racing game of all time, Need for Speed Pro Street, is basically the only reason why it is my true favorite is because, to me, it has the best sense of speed of any racing game. It feels so visceral and aggressive to drive fast in that game that you feel like you're always on the thinnest edge of control. Well, the thing is, you're not actually on the thinnest edge of control because you can play Midnight Club and realize what no control feels like. But or 2015 with all the assists off. But what Pro Street does is you can be fully in control, but not feel like you are, and that's what that kind of speed does.
Sounds like quite the magical experience then. It's not something I've ever experienced, because like with Rivals, it always feels like you're teetering on the edge of life and death, but only in the sense of speed. Because while you are teetering on the edge of life and death, you very much know that you have control over what you're doing, and you know how to stop yourself if you need to, and it's very helpful in that regard, especially as an introduction.
Right.
So yeah. It's a sense of speed. What kind of racing games then do you think are like have really poor senses of speed? Like just don't do it justice at all.
Of the current crop, I'd say a lot of Sims don't do a good job of sense of speed. Like, they try and be as stiff and rigid when it comes to that stuff as possible. And they also try to be as realistic as possible. But the thing that a lot of Sims, and especially Sim racers, don't understand is that you're never going to get one-to-one realism in your gamer chair, or in your laid-down sim rig, or even in your motion rig. You're never going to get one-to-one realism, because there are sounds, there are smells, there are vibrations, there's G-forces you're never going to get in a rig, and trying to make sure that your screen only shows what would technically be in front of you, but isn't what you'd actually see in a car. While that is realistic, it doesn't feel real. It feels like I'm playing a video game.
Yeah.
And
I guess...
and that's...
Sorry, what?
And that's something that a lot of arcade racers do really well, is they're aware that they're just an arcade racer, so they take the real feeling of driving fast in a car and translate that as best they can into the virtual experience.
But even as you said, it's weird because there's not a whole lot of there are some things that you're just never able to replicate, like smells and sounds. And then, like, of course, there's the whole obvious bit of when you crash, you don't just get to respawn and recover from something like that. Also, you're never going to simulate the experience of a crash, because crashes, like you said, with the G-forces, but like you're never going to be able to experience what a crash feels like. And having, not to harp on it, but having been hit pretty hard, I can tell you, I would never ever want that simulated for anybody, because it hurts a lot, and I don't want people to go through that. And if the evolution of realism in simulations is to start implementing things like that, where you're going to start to feel, or at least get the idea that you're supposed to be in pain, and then your brain is tricked into feeling that heart palpitation when you feel pain, but the pain isn't there, like to the sensual manipulation to that level, I guess, as it were, isn't something that I think would be beneficial for progress as a whole.
Well, it's like, you wouldn't want the most realistic shooter in the world is one where you can feel every bullet shooting you. Like, that's not really going to be a fun gaming experience. But, and you even mentioned this yourself, one of the best representations you saw of the car crash was Need for Speed Shift. Was that kind of visceral, your vision blurs and you can't see everything right and you're just panting in shock. That is what they could be doing with Sims. That is the level of possibilities that are out there to show a realistic thing in an unrealistic way.
Yeah. I think if Sims did more stuff like that, that would be great. Yeah, because Shift is wild. It's those crashes, the way you showed that in the video, it was like, whew, man, I would probably get a big kick out of that, but just enough of a kick to know that it's still just a video game, and it's not like, it's nothing crazy, right? So
yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Pretty cool. I guess that would enhance the sense of speed too, is understanding the consequences of stuff like crashes, which Sims do to varying degrees of realism. I honestly think arcades do it. I honestly think that arcades do more justice to exemplifying the sense of speed with crashes. Although there are some jank ways, like Rivals, there's no crumple of the car. The car just goes flying if you hit a wall hard enough. So it's not like it's ever going to be like, real, right? But
there is also a certain degree of, in modern racers, especially Sims, it's harder to simulate that with how detailed the car models are and the physics are. It's harder because they'd want to emulate every little bit of it. And to be fair, you can do that. Like BeamNG is a good example of simulating every little facet of a car crash, but you notice the models aren't as detailed in Beam. Well, they're more detailed, they're lower fidelity. Like, there's less polygons and less shading and that kind of stuff on their models versus, say, Automobilista 2 or iRacing is probably closer to Beam's level of detail because it's an older game, but still, that level of detail might not necessarily be there, just because that's not what the games are trying to be around, but there should at least be some amount of it implemented in.
I guess that's why I like BeamNG so much from that perspective, because like we were saying earlier about music and how certain music can just seem like sonic experiments and like just a demonstration of what can be done, but not necessarily what should be for the general populace to listen to. I think BeamNG understands that at its core, it's a tech demo, because everyone who uses it just uses it as tech demos. They demonstrate how certain physics would work or how crashes would work and stuff like that. And it knows that and doesn't go too far beyond that. And it revels in its own glory of being an experiment, like a sandbox of sorts. And I think BeamNG in that regard is like just absolutely iconic, to use a word from that perspective. So anyways, let me see. There was another thing. Oh yeah, the smaller racing games video, the death of simple racing games. I loved this video because you highlighted some really cool stuff. I liked the flatout 2 section, but I think my favorite one was Blur, because again, it's items. you know, being a Mario Kart kid and like just items in general. It's cool. It's cool to have power-ups in a racing game. But there's a point at the end of the video. You were talking about why smaller games are disappearing, and it almost seems like smaller good games, especially with are being seen by later generations as shovelware, simply from the standpoint that they've never heard of them. And like we were talking about earlier, I think that, you know, younger generations. What was my point beforehand about how younger generations don't have access to as much variety as perhaps we did on the tail end of it all?
I think it's more they have access to almost too much variety.
Really?
In certain areas. There's like too much in certain areas, not enough in others, but like I guess it's not as even with the variety than we had. That's probably a better way to describe it.
Okay. Okay. I was wondering about your perspective on this because from my experience watching younger people like my siblings and other people like trying to find new games, they won't take anything that isn't remotely popular just because if it's not, they see it as shovelware, regardless of whether or not they could get a good experience out of it. And that's
right.
Kind of annoying because some of my best memories gaming are from games that just really don't deserve to exist, but they do. And
yeah.
It's
and
great.
Also, there's some great shovelware. Like, if you think about, like, I know a lot of people talk about licensed games being shovelware, like stuff that's based on popular properties.
Mm-hmm.
If you only take it at that, then you lose Tony Hawk Pro Skater, you lose Battle for Bikini Bottom, you lose The Simpsons Hit and Run, you even lose Need for Speed because the first one was built on a magazine ad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, like, and those are all some classic games in their genres, but if you just treat shovelware as, like, a lot of people class it as anything that's originated, like, from marketing or something that was cheaply done to start, you lose all those games and a lot more.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd lose the Pixar Cars games, and I'd be very sad about that because those were what formed my childhood, really, so...
Yeah. You lose basically all the Mario spin-offs, Party, Kart, Soccer, all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't imagine a world without Mario Party.
Yeah. I can, I've never played it.
Bruh. I mean, fair enough. How is gaming going to change, you think, with the new generations going forward, not knowing... I guess, like you said, it's very uneven, but the question I had originally had... was with the mindset that I had, which was that that they don't have very much variety, period, anymore. It's probably just a perspective thing more than anything. But how is gaming going to change with the new generations going forward, not knowing just how much variety they should be entitled to accessing, like what we had, and how corporations are going to exploit that by milking only the best-selling franchises dry?
I think... Okay, this might seem weird. I think games are going to get simpler. And I mean that mainly in that I think the mobile spaces are going to be expanding a lot more.
Mobile?
There's a reason I say this kind of thing, because mobile has been growing steadily for the last, like, 10, 15 years. But there was a really eye-opening clip that I saw recently of a game developer who like, set up a game jam at, like, well, not a game jam, but, like, set up his booth at a convention that I think was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was around, like, entertainment for, like, younger kids, basically. Or, like, focused around that. And what he did was he set up a booth that had one keyboard and mouse and one controller. And he noticed that 90% of the kids pushed the keyboard and mouse to the side, and picked up the controller. So, the next day, he went back to the booth, and he set 2 controllers on there, because he imagined more of the kids were going to understand doing that. Then, he saw some of the kids that came up to the booth move the controller out of the way, and go to touch the screen, because they had only experienced video games through a tablet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is a fascinating social experiment. I didn't... Huh. I wonder if that's a consequence of the iPad kid phenomenon.
I think it might be, at least with all the ones that I've seen. And that may even be part of what, like, you were talking about there. I don't know exactly what their experience growing up has been, but, like, there's a lot more variety in the media that kids are likely to be immediately exposed to when they're at their youngest. So the media that you were exposed to, I think you try to show it to them, and they're just like, well, why would I do that when I have all this other stuff already, kind of thing. That's why I say they have both more and less variety. It's more lopsided.
Okay, yeah. And so because of all the stuff they have, it's like, do you think it's going to be very difficult then to introduce them to stuff from older? Like in my case, I fool around with older stuff all the time. I have a lot of interest in the older stuff. I play on my dad's NES. I just got that ColecoVision, right? That's like the oldest console. That's pretty much the oldest electronic thing I think I've ever held in my hands. And it's really fascinating because I like studying it. I like knowing it. I like experiencing the fun that kind of thing can provide. Do you think it's going to be a lot harder to show like generations alpha and beta, like stuff like that? Because of just, I mean, even our stuff like the Xbox 360, the PS3, the Wii, the PS2. Do you think there's going to be a point where it's going to be impossible to show them the stuff we grew up on because there's so much social generational resistance?
To a certain extent, yes and no. Because with like all that kind of variety, and you probably noticed this yourself, a lot of people kind of settle in to a lot of what they like around 10 to 15, and they'll start to focus in more on the exact stuff they like. That might seem like they'll be more locked in, but also that narrows their field of view. So now they're not looking at all the 500 different things they could be looking at, and you could approach them with just one or two smaller things. You're like, have you thought about trying this or checking this out? Or try to find, also another good thing is try to find bridging points, like stuff that is in the middle of what you like and what they like, that kind of thing. That's what's gotten them into all kinds of media, is relating it to other things that I already like, and then using that as a springboard to get me into other stuff.
That makes sense. Well, I guess there will always be stuff like that we can introduce them to, like as a bridging point, because we've got plenty of stuff. Surely something will click, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how that pans out. My family's the weird one because my dad reacquired his college Nintendo 64 from his brothers. So my brothers, who grew up very briefly with the Wii before it broke down, they didn't really know the stuff that I grew up with, and so they've grown up with their console being the Nintendo 64. So while they visit their friends who own Switches and Xboxes, they've grown, and they still grow on old consoles, and they have mastered stuff about it. Like listening to my brothers talk about Smash 64 and all the intricate details that they've figured out is stuff that half the people on the internet know nothing about, so it's like super cool knowledge. And then B, every time I play with them, I feel like an old man because they have worked so well within the quote unquote limitations of that system that they've optimized the heck out of it, and it's amazing.
Right. That's similar to me. Like, technically the stuff that was new while I was growing up was like the Xbox One and PS4 generation. That was what was the main console in my main developmental years, but I was still playing the PS2 at that point. So I have a very similar kind of perspective and experience on that.
Yeah. And then for me, I was very much in my time, very much just a Wii, really, because I knew a couple kids who had Xbox 360s, and most of my friends, though, had Wiis, Wii U's, or DS's and 3DS's. And there was like one friend of a friend who owned a PlayStation 3, and we viewed him as God, basically, because none of us had a PlayStation.
Right.
I guess there's that element of it too, where it's going to be very difficult to know things from the dating of certain things. It's because the consoles are so much, from a cultural standpoint, consoles are far less meaningful. Console wars aren't really a thing anymore because there's no exclusive titles anymore, really. Like there's some, but the PlayStation 5 didn't have any, and the Xbox Series X had like 3, and they were smaller releases that were barely ever advertised.
Yeah, that and also the differences between console generations have been getting smaller and smaller as time goes on. Or at least like the perceptible differences, like how good a game looks to you is much smaller a difference between console generations now.
Very much so. Wonder how the
Like
Switch 2 is going to release.
like if you look at the difference between a PS1 game and a PS2 game, it's massive. Look at the difference
Oh,
between
yeah.
a PS4 game and a PS5 game, it's a lot harder to tell.
Now, that's something I was going to get to as well. What do you like the thoughts on technical advancement and graphical fidelity? Because at this point, there are genuine conversations going around about maybe we've capped out of innovation in as far as making things look as good as possible for a screen. Like, is this the point where we stop and we just settle down into just making things enjoyable rather than as realistic or as visceral as possible, right?
I think a large part of it's down to optimization because we've still got plenty of technology to go that just isn't being fully utilized. Because that's the thing about consoles is, like, compare a 2005 Xbox 360 game to a 2012 Xbox 360 game. It is a night and day difference. The one from 2005 looks like an original Xbox game just running at 60 FPS. That's like the only difference you could probably tell, unless it's like a massive AAA game. But like by the end of the lifespan, they look entirely different because they've spent the last 5+ years optimizing for that specific hardware set. And so even if we're capped out on how good hardware will be, software still has plenty of room to go in optimizing for that hardware.
Do you think we'll ever get to a point where everything stops?
Like in terms of like hitting a cap on both?
Everything, yeah. Software advancement, hardware advancement. I mean, indie games and their lower graphical fidelity and their releases have been popular. I mean, there was a recent one, Buckshot Roulette about, 1 or 2 years ago released, and that was really popular, and that's like, early PS2, late PS1 graphic style, right? And,
Yeah.
what was the other one that was released by Critical Reflex? Mouthwashing was a very popular release recently too, right? And it's funny how all the popular indie titles are very much centered around just making the experience happen in whatever aesthetic they deem, but not necessarily like, I don't know how to say it. You kind of get what I'm trying to say, though. It's more so the
I'll elaborate a bit on that. I think that's also the difference between, and this has been a raging battle for 2 decades now, which is the difference between graphical fidelity and art direction. Because those are two very different things. Art direction, graphical fidelity is basically just the number of polygons something has, how detailed the textures are, how well the PBR materials sit on the lighting, like all that kind of stuff. Art direction is how it looks, like the style of it, how things are drawn, how the characters' proportions are, how the entire lighting affects the look of a scene. That's what makes a game actually look good in a lot of cases. Because even games that go for a realistic look, if something looks 100% realistic, it's not going to look good on a screen. It's just not. Like, unless it's literally a photo of real life, a photo doesn't look like real life either. A good photo is usually stylized in some way. And so, that's the same for a realistic looking game. It's still also stylized in some kind of way. That's why The Last of Us or GTA or any of those kinds of games still have extra style put into them, because they can't be 100% realistic.
Yeah. Okay, so you said something about photos, and I have to ask this question because I am a bit of a really big nerd about this kind of thing, and I genuinely want to know what you think about this because this is kind of important to me. I have a theory about how the brain works, and I don't know if it's plausible or not, but I want to run it by you because I run it by everyone I know. That the higher definition a video or a photo is of a certain memory or experience that you had, the less you're actually going to remember because the photo and the video are so good that they take the place of the memory, and they don't. Your brain will think that you don't need to hold on to that memory because the photo does. Whereas with older pictures and videos, I know that my parents still were using film cameras when I was a kid, so there's pictures of me that look pretty old and kind of weird in a certain sense, but it's really cool because it's very much from that time. And I remember taking pictures with little cameras that didn't have the greatest quality, but they captured the memory really well because it allowed me to remember it in my own head while also having some kind of reminder of it. And I have a theory that the higher quality that certain cameras and videos wind up becoming, the less important memories will become. And I just want to know what you think about that.
I think generally I disagree, because the thing is, a moment usually isn't a photo. It's the internal connections in your mind about what that moment meant that aren't conveyed by a photo.
That is a good way of putting it.
It's what that photo represents or means. Even if every individual part of what happened is conveyed within that photo, what that photo meant to you in the exact moment it was taken is something that will not be there.
Like the emotions you were feeling at that particular time.
Right. That can only be experienced when, say, remembering it or looking at the photo again with that mindset back in your head. Someone else who wasn't there will not have the same look of that photo as you will. And that's where I think, no matter the fidelity or realism, there will still be a would memoric be the right term? I don't know if that's the right way of saying it, but like a memory-focused way, or memory-focused outlook of that photo.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. That's a good thought about it. Yeah. Oh, no, I was just saying, that's a good way of thinking about it. I hadn't thought of it from that perspective yet.
Yeah.
Well then. I know we've been running for a pretty long time here, but I do still want to cover the last two videos that you've made recently, which is Assetto Corsa and Need for Speed. We'll start with Assetto Corsa, and I'd like to start out by saying that I found it funny how similar Assetto Corsa is with Forza. What was it? Motorsport? Was it?
Horizon.
Horizon. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I found it very funny how it was very similar with Horizon in the sense that it was very modding focused and not necessarily a racing game as much as it was just a communal space, right?
Right.
In a similar regard. The funny part though is that the only footage I had seen of Assetto Corsa up to this point were these very depressing edits on YouTube where like they overlay really depressing phone calls over like nighttime drives on the freeway and then like cut away just before a big crash or something, and it's like super grim and scary. And I thought that was like actually like a plot of the game. Like I thought the game had a plot that centered around that, and then I watched the video and I was like, oh, this is nothing like what I watched. What is this?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about Assetto Corsa. Many people argue that Assetto Corsa is the most open car thing. It's the game that it's the thing that gives you the most possible freedom in terms of what you can do with a car or with a scene or with an environment, and that's why videos like that exist. There are people who put so many filters and effects and lighting changes on it, it literally looks like 2015, which is, I'm guessing, what that kind of edit looked like. They made it look like 2015.
Yeah, that they did.
And then there's other times where people try to make Assetto Corsa into a rally game, which it's not really built for, but you can try. Those are the people who do the drag racing or do highway racing on the Shutoku Battle and basically turn into the Tokyo Extreme Racer games. And that's what makes Assetto Corsa so interesting, is because you can kind of do everything in it.
Probably more so than Forza Horizon, huh?
Right.
there's such an interesting appeal for a game like that. Is it good that a game series like that has... The funny thing is that it's not apparent to me whether or not the original design of the game was to be that way, or if it wasn't.
No,
okay.
Really.
Is it good for a game series to divert from its original design in that way? And I ask that in a way that prompts an objective answer, but I'm just kind of curious what you think about it, because I find it interesting when a case like Assetto Corsa comes up, where the focus has changed so much in the community's eyes from a racing game to a modding sense and a modding sphere, right? And I don't know what to make of it.
Well, I'd say, like, it's usually a good thing, because, like most games, I don't really think there's an objectively correct way to play Assetto Corsa, and because I have that mindset with most other games, I apply it to that, and think that as long as you're enjoying what you do about the game, and aren't making it a pain for anyone else, I think that's good, usually.
Right, yeah. I guess if it works, right?
Yeah.
Still pretty popular. And now we get on to your most recent video. Would you call it your magnum opus?
Yes.
Your magnum opus indeed. Clocking in at just under 4.5 hours. By far the longest video you've ever made. The Art of Need for Speed. Talk to me about the development cycle of this particular video, because for a video as long as this, the only videos I've watched that are comparable to this length were like, there's this guy on YouTube that reviews movies and stuff by the name of Mahler, and he makes stuff that's like up to 5-6 hours long on certain movies or TV shows. And then there was this 10-hour video on the entire history of the Clone Wars that took like apparently 5 years to make or something. Yeah. I'm assuming this video didn't take you 5 whole years to make, but
no, not particularly.
But talk to me about this, how this game, how this video was made, and why you felt the need to make it this long, or did it just happen to be?
I knew it was going to be that long from the start, but it wasn't something that, like, it was just going to be the way it was, regardless if I wanted it to be like that or not. But I can walk you through the process. You remember earlier whenever I was talking about I have like a list that I make of like video ideas, and I'll add things and update things on said list?
Uh-huh.
That was on the idea for a comprehensive Need for Speed review was on one of the earliest runs of that list. Like after video 1 or 2, that was on the list.
Oh, so this has been in the oven for quite some time.
Well, on the list is different from being worked on. That's what I'm getting to is, it was on the list from then. The basic planning of the video, like how I was going to approach it, was thought of in September of 2023. So I had the idea for, okay, I want to do like all the games in order, and I want to try and find all the different mods and ports that I can, and that's when I got the idea for contacting other creators about the game. And also, I had, not that long before then, heard the Riders on the Storm cover that I used from one of my favorite music channels, so I was like, I wonder if I could get the license from them to use that in the video. Then, in like February and March, I contacted Racevic and Eden and Kuru about interviewing for that video, and that's when all their interviews took place, and that's also when I started collecting all the Need for Speed games. I'd already collected most of the classic era ones in around whenever the planning stage was in September, but that's whenever I went ahead and downloaded like all of them. I started the writing and recording of that video when I was working on the Simple Racing Games video. That's how long that's been in the process for.
Oh, man.
And it was also the Assetto Corsa video. That was the first time I had worked on 2 videos simultaneously in like big amounts. Because the AC video would have been done like a month earlier, or like half a month earlier, if I wasn't also working on the Need for Speed video at the same time. So And because of how I work kind of staggered, where I'll be recording and writing and editing at the same time. So the writing for the Need for Speed video writing and recording started in roughly August. The voiceover started in, I think, August as well. And the editing started around early no. I think the recording and writing started in May. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, well, no. Recording and writing was like June. And early voiceover was August, which also was the editing. Editing started around August, I think. The writing, recording, and editing weren't finished until like 2 or 3 days before the video came out. But they were each done like a day before the last. The final edit on the video was done about 8 hours before the video went up, because I was that close to being done that I was editing until 3 a.m. in the morning, and then I hit it to render, and I waited for it to render for it rendered in an hour and 15 minutes, and then I hit upload, and then I took a 3-hour nap in between until it was like 10 o'clock, and then I saw that I thought that it was like finishing up uploading, so I let it finish, and then I gave it 3 hours to check for copyright, because sometimes it'll get caught in Content ID later. So I gave it 3 hours, and then I set the premiere for an hour and a half from then, and then the video went up.
Yeah, I remember you telling us that, like, as our patrons, that we were expecting the video to be done like really quick, and it was like, whoa, you're just, because were you like under the gun at that point with like the pressure of a deadline or something?
No, it's just, what happens is whenever I work on a video is whenever I'm that close to finishing, I will like be so locked in on something that I will fly through, like, the last like quarter of a video always gets done the fastest, because I'm just flying through it, not rushing through it like I did with the Gran Turismo video, but especially like the Assetto Corsa video, the Simple Racing Games video, and the Burnout video is a good example as well. I just fly through that last like 10 to 25%. Like that, the last 30 minutes of the Need for Speed video I think were edited in like 2 or 3 days, when normally 30 minutes is 2 or 3 weeks. Not because I was rushing through it, but because I'm just that locked in and focused that I can just through the entire thing.
Yeah, that I definitely understand. I've done that kind of thing before too. Much to the detriment of my own sanity, because I don't even sleep that well regardless, and then I
and I didn't like
crunch, right?
Yeah, I didn't for that entire night, and I was just sat in my chair for 10 hours straight, and I was like, ugh. But that's what happens when you're just like locked in like that.
Oh yeah, and you totally just give it your all and just focus up. Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah.
There was a time I did like a 10-hour live stream just writing the last 3 songs for an album I just needed to get done, and I got it all like recorded and done and sent off, and I had worked so hard that I had forgotten to eat, and I had only eaten breakfast that day, and by the time I was done, dinner had long since passed for my family, so I was like, right? So
yeah,
I definitely know what you mean about the crunch in that regard, with just wanting to get it done, you know?
Right.
I was gonna ask how you maintained your sanity doing all that, because it's a long video and stuff. Like, was there ever a point where it just got like, I don't know, boring to work on it, or just, I don't know, you probably didn't lose too much focus or anything, but
you want to know the most boring part of making that video?
What?
Having to play Payback. That's it. Because something that I'm really thankful for is I like editing. I just find editing fun, which I find is not a common sentiment among other creators I talk to, even other video essayists.
I also enjoy editing, and everyone thinks I'm weird for it.
Yeah, and because I just like editing, and I'm able to give myself a really good feedback loop that like feeds my mindset into videos really well. Like, I'm able to focus on it, and I'm good at measuring my progress and knowing where I'm at. Like I won't get overwhelmed by thinking I have too much to do, and I won't think I'm not getting enough done, that kind of thing. I'll be able to like perfectly measure myself. The only exceptions to that is whenever I have like, because some days it takes me a bit of time to start. Like I'll like other stuff will have happened. I'll be busy for a few days, and then it'll take me a few days to get back into locked in. That's where I think my like possible ADHD stuff comes in, like getting the ball rolling again to get back into it. But once I'm in it, I'm locked in, and you have to pry me with a crowbar to get off of it.
Yeah. I mean, that just sounds like a really good determination for something. And of course it moves, it ebbs and flows, right? Just the nature of like, just remembering that the project is going to be good, the effort's going to be worth it, and like you're going to have a lot of fun doing it once you're actually in it and once you get the ball rolling, right?
Right. The only real big drop off from that was whenever we had a hurricane roll through, and that knocked my power out for 9 days. Although actually the first couple days of that, we had a beach trip planned, and we basically just cleared the yard out from the trees that were in the way and just went on that trip, and I got a decent amount of writing done over that trip, but I couldn't do any recording, and some of the research I needed to do I couldn't really do because I didn't have power to turn my PC or the internet on. So I was kind of stuck for about a week not being able to do anything, and then right the day we got our power back, I got sick for a week and a half, so I couldn't do any recording, and while I could do some more writing, I felt so... You know those times where, like, it's physically possible for you to do something, you just feel so awful that, like, it would be terrible if you did it now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I was in that kind of mode, so I basically lost, like, 2.5 to 3 weeks of working time with that whole thing. That's why the video didn't come out on December 2nd like I had originally planned.
Oh, I see. Well, at least you got it out before Christmas.
Right, that was like, I have to do this. Like, I lost 3 weeks of working time, so I gave myself exactly 3 weeks, and that's when it came out. It was 3 weeks after I planned it.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I still can't get over how you said the most boring part was playing Payback. You genuinely make me so scared to actually play that game.
Yeah, I've gotten one comment. A single comment from someone who says they actually like Payback. One.
That doesn't sound like a real comment.
Yeah. I think, from how they were describing it, they made it sound like Payback was the only one they played, which would also make sense.
That's just sad at that point, though.
It is. Yeah, it is a bit.
That's rough, buddy.
It's like, oh, I like the Fast and Furious movies. Oh, yeah, what's your favorite? 10, it's the only one I've seen.
That's like saying your favorite Transformers movie was the most recent one. Transformers 1 or something, I don't know.
Yeah. My favorite Battlefield is 2042.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite COD. My favorite COD is Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, my favorite Halo is Infinite. Or no, my favorite Halo is 5. That'd be a better one.
Oh, that's worse. No, that's way worse. Don't do that. That's an insult to Infinite.
Yeah.
I love how that's just a perpetually fresh joke because 4 and 5 just suck.
No, I kind of like 4. I don't get why people rag on 4 as much as they do. I mean, 5, yeah, I understand, but like...
Everyone hates 4 more universally than 5, from what I can find.
I definitely see the opposite.
Oh, really? Oh.
I definitely see more hate for 5 than 4. Mainly because in 4, Master Chief is still the main focus of the game.
I guess there's that redeeming factor of it.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I think the shooting's still alright in 4. Like, I played some of the 4 multiplayer, and I had a lot of fun with that.
Well, I guess I wouldn't know. I only know the testimony of other people.
4 was the first shooter that I was actually kind of good at.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I mean, like, I had played other shooters before, but 4 was the first one where I actually got kind of decent at it. I also had the most, like, going guns blazing and get shot down strategy ever, but, like, I got a lot of kills. I would leave with, like, 10 deaths, but I'd have, like, 13 kills in a match.
I mean, hey, a KD over 1 is typically pretty good, so...
Yeah. I just grenade everyone and end up getting destroyed in the process, but I'd take down 3 people with me, and then someone would proceed to run me over with a ghost like 4 times in a row. But then I'd go again.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
All right, and just to some last questions, because that was the last video to discuss.
Yeah.
What's it like running a consistently growing community in Discord? Like, was the community better when it was tighter and smaller, or are you happier that it's growing? And how do you perceive running it in the future when it grows even more?
I like it where it's at now, and I will continue to like it to grow more because, to be honest, it was pretty dead for the longest time. Even when we had like 300 members, because no one. To be fair, everyone on my Discord, including me, has the same problem, which is no one in my Discord, or almost no one in my Discord, is a conversation starter. They're a conversation carrier. Like, if someone brings up something and someone else has an interest in that thing, they will have a conversation about it. No one starts a conversation about a thing. They'll post just like a song, or a meme, or an image, and that's it. And there'll be like nothing to talk about. But now there's so many people in the Discord that we've got people who like actually want to start conversations, be like, so what do y'all think about this? Or like, what do y'all do whenever your computer does this? Or like, have y'all played this game? And there's actual conversations that happen now. That's also the same thing in like VCs. I will hop in a VC in my server if there's someone else there. But a lot of the other people who wanted to talk with me in the VC would only hop in if I was already there.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's because you're the head and they see you and they're like, oh,
Yeah.
my chance to talk with the famous YouTuber.
Yeah, and I know that's kind of just a thing with YouTuber servers in general. Like, it's the same thing in other YouTuber servers I'm in, where, like, the VC always gets packed when the big man walks in. But, like, still, even for Discords of my size, because I think I'm almost at 400 or 500 members now, I've seen more active communities from other servers. But it's also from creators that upload more regularly and put more of their own personality into stuff, which I want to do more in the future, I just haven't yet.
Yeah, makes sense. Just as a really funny random question, because I thought it would be really funny to just add at the end, is Mario Kart a racing game?
It is both a racing and party casual style game.
There you have it. And what other games do you enjoy playing besides racing games?
Some of my favorites have been like RPGs. Like, that's been a big thing for me. Partially because I like the freedom of choice a lot of those games allow, and like the different branching stories you can get in the more in-depth ones. And also partially because I like seeing funny number go up. It's just something like you can play Pokemon, or you can play Fallout, or you can play Final Fantasy, and like they'll have interesting stories and mechanics and stuff, but also funny number go up, and I just like that sometimes.
That's fair enough. Do you think you'd ever make like videos about the other games you play, or you're just gonna stick to the racing motif?
Yeah, yeah, I do want to like work into other things. I think videos like the Rockstar video from earlier last year showed me that like I can make something about not directly related to racing games and still have it do well. Like, there's another video I have planned that I don't know if I'll get to this year, but I might next year, which is the best worst games.
The best worst games.
Or maybe the worst best games. I'm not exactly sure how I want to format it, but what it basically is games that in an objective way are terrible. However, there's certain aspects of them, or a certain thing that they do, that is literally better than any other game that attempts anything like it, in a way that means they have a following that is kind of unmatched in how dedicated and experienced they are with that kind of game, whether it's how they do their storytelling, how the mechanics are, what the gameplay is like. And there are only a few examples I can think of, and I'm going to try and find more, but they're games that are extremely hard to get into, but are very rewarding if what they offer is for you.
Well, how do you mean by for you? Like, Sorry, I just misunderstand.
I think the three best examples I have of this so far is iRacing, Fallout New Vegas, and Pathologic. Because each of those games are ones that, in some way, have major flaws and issues, and are not easy to get into, especially if you're not familiar with that genre. But there's a lot you can like about it, especially if you're already familiar with that genre and its conventions that those games do better, or flip on their head, or do in a way that you won't be able to find anywhere else, really.
Makes sense, yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. And, what video shall we expect from you next? Is it a secret?
It's kind of... I'm not exactly sure what the structure of it's going to be like, but it's going to be kind of a discussion/review of The Crew, Ubisoft's general practices as of late, and general game preservation.
Game preservation. All too familiar of a topic, and always a hot topic, too, about the ethics of piracy and stuff like that, I assume.
Right. There's going to be different facets of it. It's going to be the ethics of piracy, maybe a little bit on emulation, a fair bit on live service and online-only gaming, and different things like that.
Online-only gaming is hell.
In a lot of aspects it is, but it's also, weirdly enough, it's, in my opinion, very misunderstood.
Oh? Do you think you could give me like a preliminary thought process on what you mean by that?
Well, because some people talk about online-only stuff in a very broad sense, like, why don't they just do X to it, or why isn't it like this? And it depends a lot on the game, the team behind it, how the game is structured, what the game is built on, why there isn't, say, an offline mode in certain things, or why they have to always be connected to a server, and also what changing that would mean for the rest of the game, or the team, or the developer, and also whether a game is a single-player or a multiplayer experience. Like, a multiplayer experience is going to be tied to online servers, because, well, how else do you connect through the game unless it's peer-to-peer, and because of how advanced stuff is now, peer-to-peer has a lot of issues.
Yeah.
But they're issues that people have found workarounds for, so it's all kind of like, it's a game of catch-up, but it's complicated. That's kind of what the next video is going to be about.
Cool. Are there any questions that you would have liked to have asked that you want to talk about? Anything that you really want to nerd out about? More music or movies or anything? Just something that you want to just talk about off the cuff?
Nothing that, like, immediately stands out. Like, something I guess the closest I can think of that I wanted to bring up whenever we were talking about the Dirt video was the video, the second rally video I plan on doing.
Oh, yes.
Which is... I keep trying to think of how I want to title this video, because it's, in my opinion, a really strong idea, which is that I think rallying is the best motorsport to get gamers into motorsport.
Oh yeah, totally. Because it's pure. It's the purest form of motorsport that we have outside of racing on motorcycles. That's on the edge. Like, every turn could be death if you don't take it well, and if you mess up, you can seriously really mess up, and it's more dangerous in that regard than F1 or NASCAR or pretty much anything. So, and that kind of attitude, and you're sorry.
And it has that immediacy to it. It has that every moment is that kind of way in it, in a way that you don't see from a lot of other motorsports.
Mm-hmm. Like, every second is a hook type of deal.
Yeah, and it almost perfectly fits like how modern stuff is, like with like shorts, like short form content is perfect for rally, because you see someone flying at what looks like Mach 2 over a jump and almost getting taken out into a series of trees and 3 spectators, and you immediately have all the context. No more context is needed about what just happened. You have eyes, you can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, how would you title something like that? Because that is... truly, that is quite an interesting phenomenon, yeah, because I guess it's also that visceral attitude of it too, right? Just how, like you said, the immediacy, but also just the sheer, like, I don't know how else to say it other than the natural aggression and energy that the rally brings is just so relatable to something like a video game medium.
Right, and that's why so many rally games exist, because it's so easily translated to the medium of gaming as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, since you brought up the Dirt video, I've been playing Dirt Rally 2 in the background.
Ha! Nice.
Yeah, I just finished like an entire 6 map stages in my Peugeot 206. Or 205, I think.
Excellent. Awesome, awesome. Well, that's pretty much it on my end. Anything else you wanted to talk about? Things that you wish I would have asked you?
Nothing that like immediately jumps out in particular. Unless there was anything else you were thinking of?
Not really. Just greatly looking forward to the next few videos, my guy.
Yeah, because I think I've got at least 4 or 5 of the videos from this year planned out. I don't know exactly what order they're all going to come out in, and I still need to think of titles and thumbnail ideas for some of them. Because that's another thing. The title and thumbnails is where that audience consideration part comes in, because that's the video making part. That's all me. Like, there's almost no audience input in terms of how the video itself will be. But because I'm not a thumbnail or title artist, I'm a video creator, I only care about how well the title or thumbnail conveys to the viewer what the video is about in a way that makes them click on it.
Yeah.
That's that kind of YouTuber mindset. Like, I'm a creative video maker, but since the title and thumbnails aren't my creative part, I just want that to make the video as accessible and successful as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure that helps a lot. I mean, and your titles and thumbnails, I think, for the most part, have been good. You've got a really good formula of cars looking out into a massive horizon, like best exemplified with your Need for Speed thumbnail, Assetto Corsa, Gran Turismo. I think those did it the best. But then also Dirt. Dirt was really good. That thumbnail for the Art of Rally, because it's just dirt in the sky, and then the rally car is flying by, and it's very striking. And it's great. It's great. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because it doesn't miss.
I like to have that particular style. I'd say the only ones that I think were like weaker in terms of that look was maybe like the Keiichi Tsuchiya one, maybe the Rockstar one were like a little bit weaker in terms of that visual design. I did also really like the Simple Racing Games one, because I don't know if you caught the reference in that.
Not really. I just noticed that there's the names of the games you talk about are on the spoiler of a car.
What that's a reference to is, you know, Initial D?
Yeah.
In the second season of that, there's like a rival crew that they're going up against, and their entire thing is every team that they beat, they take the sticker of them and cut it in half and flip it upside down on the bottom of their spoiler, because that's what Japanese fighter pilots did when they took down army regiments.
Oh yeah, I remember it. Those are the emperors, the guy that challenges Takumi in the Land Evo 4, right?
Yeah, and that's what they did with the wing, and if you notice, that's an Evo 6 wing.
Oh, yeah, and you cut the names of the games in half.
Yeah, I took that in Horizon 5 and I just edited that with the logos on it.
That is really cool.
Yeah, and I got some people who commented saying, "Oh, I got the reference."
That's cool.
Yeah, because it's like a reference that people who are into those kind of games are very likely to get.
Mm-hmm. I guess, okay, that's the one. I think that's the last question I have for you then, is how you came about with your thumbnail design, because Art of Togue is very different from the rest of your thumbnails in its regard, and then Decline of Racing Games has that signature Fastminer thumbnail style, right? And I assume because it popped off, you just kind of stuck with it throughout all your game discussions, right?
Kind of. It's okay. The thing is, I have like most of my thumbnail design ideas come from like 2 or 3 different places. One of which is my biggest inspiration in terms of style. Emplemon made a video where he breaks down how he designs thumbnails, and I took a lot of inspiration from that, as well as general stuff like vidIQ and different things. There are videos they put up on how to do titles and thumbnails. And in his video, in Emplemon's video, he talks about like the basic design principles, like putting things in the thirds, and about contrast, about making the foreground and the background a very particular thing. That's why if you look at all the thumbnails, you'll notice the focal point, there'll be two focal points. There'll be something in the foreground, which will be usually like a car, which will be in one of the bottom thirds, and there'll be in the background, there'll be another focal point, which will usually be a logo of some kind, which will be on the opposing third of the screen.
Yeah, I did notice that, and I think that's what kind of that does make your thumbnails very striking. So you definitely nail it right there, because I think the best examples of it is Decline of Racing Games, and then also the Need for Speed thumbnail, because its color is very interesting. You've got the brown dirt on the bottom, and then also the sky is this unnatural, like almost inverted blue, and it's really striking with the white logo in the sky. I like it.
Well,
I like it a lot.
that's another thing is contrast. Having that's something you'll notice with the thumbnails is whenever there's a focal point in the thumbnail, it's always contrasted in a way that makes it front and center. Like a good example is the Art of Rally one that has the car and the logo in color and in high contrast, while the environment is grayed out. There's less contrast in it. It's not the thing you need to be focusing on, but it is still there. And that's the same thing with, like, take the Gran Turismo thumbnail. The car is dark and the logo is dark, and it's kind of like a ways away, but the rest of the image is very bright and saturated in a way that adds contrast, but while still being a bright, saturated image.
Plus, sunsets always look nice, so...
Yeah, I have them in like 5 different thumbnails. Yeah,
yeah, you've got one for Assetto, Corsa, Forza Horizon, Decline of Racing Games, yeah.
Yeah, they just look nice, and it's easier to like put things where a sun or moon would be.
Yeah. One day I do hope that you actually revisit your Life of Drivers series, as it were, because
yeah,
I know it may not be the most popular thing. I know it probably wouldn't benefit you too much, but I have a very strong personal love for the 2 Life of Drivers videos that you did make, and hopefully one day maybe we see that Schumacher one, because that would be awesome.
Oh no, I hadn't thought of a Schumacher one, but I might have to get to that too. The two that
I
was
I'm sorry,
wanting...
not Schumacher. It was Senna and
Alonso.
Lonzo. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
Mixed that up.
If I do it again, I'm debating whether or not it would be on a channel like the main channel or on a second channel, because that could also be the case. Is to do it make a second channel dedicated more to that doesn't have like the most consistent uploads, but is just focused around that. That is something I have considered, because I've also considered similar stuff for like the music channel and the live channel. But it all just kind of depends. I want to try and establish myself a little more first before I try and experiment more. Because I have to have I want to have like a certain backbone of consistency before I try anything like that again.
Fair enough. All right, well, that's pretty much it for me. Any closing remarks you'd like to make?
Nothing I can think of in particular.
All right. Well, everybody who has been listening or watching or both, thank you very much for tuning in to episode 3 of How Gamers Think, even though it feels like the length of 3 episodes. Everyone go subscribe to Mr. Fastminer07.
Yeah.
And
ending the yap session.
Finally, yeah, right?
Yeah.
With my OBS recording is clocking in at almost 5 whole hours now, so...
Yeah.
What a ride it's been. Subscribe to this man, because he's really cool with his racing content, and please do watch that Need for Speed video especially, because that is an excellent, excellent video.
Yeah. I spent way too long cooking that.
And it's worth every second. So, yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Fastminer. And we'll see you all next time. Bye.
Shit.